Hello guys, can you hear me? How's the sound check? I can hear you and Discord. Okay, 1 second. Okay, should be better now. So my sound is good, really loud. All right. Great. So how are you guys doing tonight, guys? Is everyone doing well this Thursday?
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Thank you, Badger Blade. Oh my god. Danterio with the gifts. Thank you, man. That's awesome. A bunch of gifts. 1 second. I thought I muted my Discord. 1 second, guys. Where do we have it? Where do we have it?
Oh my god,
Oh
another
my
one.
god, another one. Sound. Start quick one, guys. I have 1,000 settings. I need to shut off my my Discord sound.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Is it? Do I have to turn off all the stuff or what the hell?
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Hmm. 1 second, guys. So I get update sounds in Discord non-stop, but I'm trying to find which one it is.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Just close Discord. Yeah, I'm communicating with my team, so I prefer not to close it, but I need to find an option that causes that update sound, which is quite annoying
Oh
indeed.
my god, another one. Another one.
Multiverse lore is in the game, yes. You just have to find it. Sound off. Okay, what about now? Let's see. Hopefully it's silent. No. God damn it, what kind of setting is it?
Oh my god, another one.
Another one. Okay, where do we have it then? Just turn off. God damn it, where the hell is that setting, guys? It's
Oh my god, another one. Another
okay,
one.
so I have to like now disable everything. And I still hear sound. What the hell is this? Does anyone know how to turn off that annoying Discord sound? Oh. Notification,
God,
yeah. Alright, let's see. Notification. Sounds. Message disabled. Yeah, that's exactly what I disabled. But it's not a message, it's updates on different channels, and I get that sound. I guess I just disable them all. I just disable everything. 1 second.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Okay, everything is disabled now. Let's see. Hopefully it's silent. Sorry about that, guys. And I got the damn sound again. How the hell do I turn it off? Everything is disabled. But there's still freaking sound.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
God damn it. Streamer mode. Volume mixer. Okay, once. Let me get it. Let's see if this makes a difference. Give me a sound. I came here for the party. Welcome to the party. Yeah, volume mixer won't fail. I think I shut it off right now. So far so good, guys. All right. No.
Oh my
God damn it.
Another one.
Okay, one second. I'm gonna try a last attempt. Okay, here we go. I got Discord in the volume setting muted. Okay, now it should be good. Did I just hear the sound again? I did. So in volume mixer, I have muted Discord. But I still hear that sound, I think. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I don't know why my settings is being followed. Still got it. How the hell can't I just be one setting to mute the damn thing? Everything is off in Discord.
Oh my god, another one.
And I muted it in Windows. How the hell can I still hear a sound? Am I missing something? There it is. You heard, right? Yeah. So freaking annoying. How can I
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
right click the server picture that is pinging you, then click mute server. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay. Hopefully,
Oh my god, another one.
hopefully it's silent now. I'll try that, thank you. Streamer mode. Where is streamer mode? Is that an option in... stream. It says streamer mode active. Okay. Alright, let's see now. I muted it. Let's see.
Oh
What do I think about my special edition mug? Mortal Online. I think it's silent now, right? So should be good, guys. Thank you for that. The choo-choo. You got the mug. You got the better version than mine, right? Because this is this was a test one with the full Mortal logo. It's quite difficult to see, as you can see here. So we got the big two on them. A bit more clear. What's in the mug? Hot chocolate. It's quite cold here, so we got some hot chocolate. But yeah, finally, Discord is silent. Thank you, guys. Okay, so Assassin OTL, thank you for the subscription, and I think we got it going. Thank you. So, guys, we got a few things in today's stream. Got a little sneak peek of our upcoming content as usual. Hot chocolate, but doesn't use the handle. Yeah, I'm freezing in my hands, so I'm actually heating my hands on the cup as well. It's getting colder fast now, but yeah. Better give us domination. We will. We're working on it. Hand warmers. Can has node line fix? Yes, we can have it very soon. We're working on it, and it's planned for in our upcoming patch. In one of our upcoming patch. So we will get that nasty bug. It's pretty much our biggest annoyance. We are fully aware and working on it, and we will have it fixed before release of the game. And yes, we are adding additional tasks, etc. to the game, so we're getting that ready as well for in our upcoming patches, so we can have the proper control over standings for release, obviously. Status update and progression being made on Theory system. Right now it's on hold until we go back to it, pretty much. So we don't have a time frame other than we want it sometime early after release, but right now we're not gonna spend our time. We need to make sure we polish what we have and finish the missing parts before we continue forward on those areas. Is the relic system going to work in Mortal 2? Quite similar to how it worked in Mortal 1. It was quite successful and was working quite well. We're gonna refine the different types of relics and refine some of the rules of how you can engage with them, but you can expect something similar, just refined pretty much.
Oh my god, another
Panic
one.
Malo, smile for Brazil. Biggie Ferreira. It's you with the tattoo, right? With the Mulva Beast tattoo on arm, if I'm not mistaken, right? Welcome to the stream. Domination will be delivered, is the plan, yes, in one of our upcoming patches before release. You wrecked your rep system. No, we are making sure it's gonna follow as intended in design. You know, we need to take those steps now in the beta to get that in place. So you're gonna see several updates on the tasks around the world. That is, you know, the main key to work with your standings, not by randomly killing someone in you know, out in the world. That was never the intention. And it's good to see that people are calming down, killing the noobs due to that, because you need to work for your standings. So it's good that we're not slaughtering the noobs at first sight. So that's good during the beta, I think. But yeah, I mean, it's been very interesting. It's been the majority is awesome when it comes to just meeting people rather than just kill on sight. It's been a big change since we started, pretty much since the stress test, with a lot of new people arriving as well. So it's nice to see a civil community growing. You will be able to work on your reputation from different task managers outside of cities as well. So you will always be able to get back if you, you know, got banished from one of the nations, if you want to, that is. There'll be guards and NPCs in casual that makes casual live and valuable. Yes, so now we deliver the housing construction system. The next system we're implementing in one of our upcoming patches now in the beta as well is the furniture system, which is quite important as well, because that allows you to design the rooms, decorate them, place benches and workbenches and tools. So you get, you know, pretty much the full functions, except NPC functions. The NPC function you will get with the TC patch that is planned for sometime after release. Sinkin, thank you for the subscription. Furniture when? in one of our upcoming patches. Theories after release, yes. Will you add mounted NPC bandits? Naturally, yes, over time, but not right now.
Another one.
Another one. Menstig. Thank you for the subscription. As a new player, I don't know if it was already discussed during previous stream, but there's a plan to get cloth armor like robes or whatever. Yes, we are adding more cloth-like armors. We have actually one mage cloth armor in the makings that will be delivered in one of our patches now. And there will be more over time as well. Quite a bit more. Etan campfires. We don't have an exact date for that one. We, with the furniture placement system, we get, you know, the core foundation to make it possible. The next part is to add a function. What does the campfire do? Which obviously we need coder time to handle. So I can't say exactly when, but plans are as early as we can, because it's a good addition, both in terms of light source, but also a boost to the healing. I don't know if we, you know, already at start with the placement system can allow you to place them to have the light source, and then we simply may need some additional time to make the healing, the function for it as well. Additionally, I can see there's a good reason to have the light source function alone, you know, but we will see. Thoughts on veterinary balance? Is the amount of heal on par with your attention? I actually haven't had enough time to follow up on that. I think we have quite a few feedback. We just simply have to go through it a little bit to see where are we standing with that. Obviously, we want to make sure that it's effective. It's the Beastmaster's way, or one way to effectively heal beasts with a lot of hit points, or a little hit points, without having to go into magic.
Oh
so
my God, another one.
We simply need some time to look into it. Can I get a crouch? We will most likely add crouching later, yes. A surprising Russia become so high. There's been some fraud going on. We're talking with Valve, and hopefully we will have that sorted as soon as possible. Don't repeat Strawberry's mistake and push away your PvP players. No, you don't have to worry about that. We have been a heavy focused PvP game for 16 years, and we have the same, you know, system in place when it comes to PvP, sieging, and conflicts, and even more over time. We just have to get the obviously missing parts of the standings in place that allows you to decide your own outcome. Can we get paired with bows? I'm not sure. Maybe it makes sense that you can and your bow will break. But right now we won't have the time to look into it. We will see later. Are we able to create more than one character? No, currently we start with that design setup that we have, you know, said that it's one character per account, and there's a bit more to it when it comes to expanding on your character that are not active. Like the missing part is the veteran system that we plan to enable sometime after release as well, and we will take it from there. Sloppy as Joe with the gift. Thank you, man. The base stables and banks available for cash anytime soon. So along with the TC work we're doing, we're going to add a lot of different options for you as a house owner, city builders, and obviously castle builders. And that can give you a lot of different buildings and services and NPC services. So, you know, there's a lot coming. We just have to, you know, have the time to go through it all, and you will see more and more all the time. But we're not going to add the TC functions before release. We need to make sure that we are, focusing on polishing the game, polishing what we do have, and getting the missing pieces in place, and the big population of the world, distribution of resources, to have the core foundation really solid in place and remain in stability. So let's see. Mage Armor before or after release? After. So I have a few things I weren't able to bring too much to in the sneak peek, but I have the usual. I have an update or a final version of one of our upcoming creature, which I think is real awesome, that I want to show you in today's stream. We also finished the obviously the rods for fishing. We're getting close in patching fishing, as you know. So we're testing fishing now and trying to polish it as much as possible to get it ready for patch. We're getting closer to that one, so I wanted to show you our rods, and we take it further this time, as we mentioned before, compared to the first game. Obviously, everything is pushed to the next gen step, I would say. We refined the fishing part highly, so it's we are missing that reel in part to struggle with the fish. We've been working on that heavily, and now you can also craft your rods. So quite sophisticated system. It follows a lot of the depth when it comes to our crafting systems. So you can design your own rod, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I'm also very excited for fishing. It's gonna be a blast. All right, I can show you the rods. Let me find it. Where do I have it? Okay, so let me show you our final creature first, which you can expect to see in at least a sewer area. Bam! Look at this baby. Look at the details on the face. You can zoom in quite a lot, and it's just awesome, right? What do you think about it? The rats are back. Yeah, so this is the tribe rats. Oh, Janosh. Janosh. Thank you for buying one of our Mortal hoodie. Thank you. Awesome. Gross. I love it. Yeah, it's really cool. I mean, look at the details on the face. I mean, and this is the real in-game model. It's really awesome. I really like how the artist is managing to make our models look just awesome, right? So yeah, this is the tribe rat, and this is the normal size that you can meet randomly in the world, but Zeros is a common place where they live, kind of how they were in the first game. So yeah, really cool. I like how it turned out. And as you know, there are gonna be some crazy tribe rats as well. There are obviously a whole species family that you can encounter in the world. So we don't just make one tribe rat, one of that that we did in the first game. We try to push it again and make it more interesting. Paxam, thank you for the donation. Is that dressed? What do you mean with dressed? If it have clothes on it. Yes, our tribe rats are, you know, evolved, becoming quite smart, and can use some tools. Yes, so I guess, yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be cool. So like I said, every creature we create is like a family, from baby to adults to elders to boss versions, unique ones, rare, common, uncommon, and we can expand on a lot of them over time as well. Will Necromancy be in Mortal 2 and how will it work? Yes, it will be Mortal 2. After release is the plan to add Necromancy. And it will work a little bit different from how it worked in the first game. But in general, it's still... There's a few action-typed spells that you can use that are quite effective on the battlefield for various situations. But one of the big components is obviously for you to kind of craft or raise the dead that works for you as a pet. So you kind of craft and design those dead creatures by using different types of carcasses in the world and different types of components to increase their strength and so on. And you can use them as your dead pets, walking dead pets, in short. Are you guys considering reverting the lighting change? No, but we do plan to adjust those areas that you know, stand out in a worse way, obviously. I want to play as Ratman. There are some cool humanoid creature for sure that, you know, understandable, could be playable and could be exciting and cool, but you know, we have a few things and thoughts for the future when it comes to that area, but not right now. We make sure that you will play races that are firstly intended, and you know, make sure we have everything in place. Is a delay from January release date a possibility at this point, since you added the game as purchasable on Steam already anyways? So if there's no reason for us to absolutely delay, we won't delay. You know, we are still on track, and as long as we are on track and things goes as planned, you know, we're still gonna follow our schedule. So every patch is important for us, especially now when we're getting the last features in place, and then after that it's just polishing, bug fixing, and adding a little bit more content of the same thing, you know, like populating the world, the work about world distribution of resources and so forth. And as long as all of this gets in place as planned, we are still ready for 25th of January. So a lot of polish and bug focus fixing is the focus we're entering now when we are delivering fishing, which is pretty much a large feature that comes to the game in the next patch. What game costs more than Cyberpunk in Russia? So we had a few fraud cases in different regions on Steam. So those have been temporarily changed, and if you give us a moment, that will update again shortly, and you will see the more final price range again. How do we hatch the Night Queen and Colors Maiden Queen X? There'll be a lot of that coming over time, and a lot of figuring out exploration when it comes to those fields that we don't want to obviously reveal or spoil. There's going to be a lot of that, and you saw quite a bit of that in the first game as well. We're gonna push that further. Fishing is a large feature when his rep system is completely broken. So as I mentioned before, the rep system is not broken. We're missing a few components. Obviously, like I mentioned before, for you to be able to work on your standings, you need to be able to access the different tasks, right, in the game. And that is what we're adding in our upcoming patches. So it's not broken, we are getting it in place, which is of course super important for release, right? And if we don't get it in place, then we're not ready for release. And the beta, that's when we do those things. And yeah, fishing is a huge system, huge feature for the game for many reasons, and a huge amount of players are also looking forward to it. It both adds to the crafting system, cooking, alchemy system, dyeing for guilds, emblems, etc. And obviously profession, money-making profession as well. So a very big components, which is why we want and need fishing. So is this a mistake? No, so it's not a mistake. We are working with Valve in getting the price up to date. So just give us a moment and then that should be more clear for everyone. Do you want to see the rods, guys? That you can craft in different types of wood, etc. Let me see if I can find it. Here we go. Whoops. So here are our 5 types of rod length and styles that you can craft and create in all the different wood types that are available in the game. So pretty cool. Obviously, it's always a challenge. How do we make it believable? How do we make it being a fun, functional fishing rod with these reel-in parts? So we try to kind of invent our own old-looking fishing rods, and I think they turn out very well. They're cool, and a lot of work is getting into these. Obviously. As you can see, there's quite a few functions now that are added to the fishing when it comes to how you control when you fish. You can let go of the line, you can hold it, and you can obviously reel in, right? Those are the 3 main components when it comes to reading the struggle of a fish. And obviously we are working on making sure that the animation, you can read everything on the actual rod to see how the fish perform and struggle. And you need to be very careful in learning how to read these so you don't just snap the line or break the rod. There's a durability involved as well on the rod, so that is the cool part of struggling with the fish. Those are some long sticks, indeed. Will the game be free to play in game store or subscription based? Red Heart Wolf Drake. So this game is heavily designed and focused on a subscription based model for quite a few important reasons. When you create a game like this, obviously there's one important component, right? And that is, how do you survive as a company? How can you continue develop this game, and what type of game are you making? And we're trying to make a game that is 100% focused on the player experience rather than pay to win, locked content, or cool skins that means that you can't do cool things if you don't pay money for them, etc. Right? And we want to like I said, deliver 100% gaming quality experience, and the rest is up to you in the game world. So a lot of important reasons and decisions are put into this. And you also are getting all the content in the future and expansion for free as well, included in this subscription. And we strongly believe that's going to give you a unique, solid gaming experience rather than trying to make another theme park game or microtransaction based game. That is not this type of game. So as soon as you understand and see those points, it's quite strong point for this type of game if you compare it to other types of MMORPGs. Obviously it's important to understand those parts so you know what you're getting into. We've seen that we try to make it top on the Steam site and our website that this is a subscription-based game, and for good reasons. But yeah, it's easy to jump the game, and I think it's one of those free-to-game MMOs because many are that today. But like we said before, usually for you to be able to compete well, or have a flow in what you can access in the game without being locked, you almost usually have to pay more than $14 a month, which is why many of those business models is quite popular. They can be very profitable, but I do think that the gaming experience is severely affected in a negative way. And we're here to build a one-of-a-kind MMORPG that hopefully will take the lead when it comes to a true sandbox MMORPG on the market. So we hope that that point gets through, and
Oh my god!
is seen as a valuable feature for the game. Almighties, welcome, and thank you for the gifts. Will there be a limited free trial to test it out? So that is a good question. Obviously, we want to try to make everything we can to have a healthy growing population, right? Because this game gets even more exciting and fun the more players can participate, right? All types of players. And obviously one thing is, for those that are unsure, they don't know what type of game it is, if it's for them or not. Obviously a good thing here is to make it possible to give a trial period, or some way to allow players to test it out first, right? We think that this will be doable on Haven only. So we may be able to do that sometime after release, when we have more time to look into it. That could be the place where people can try it out a little bit, get a taste for it, understand it, and if they like it and want to continue, that's when they start playing for real. And that is obviously when they go to Nave, right? The real game world. So Haven is just the tutorial islands for the game. That is not really where the game starts. It's when you leave Haven. But that could be a suitable place to maybe promote some testing. Will there be more civilian clothing added to NPCs? Yes. So what we're making here is every type of gear that we create for our players can also be used by any humanoids in the game, which is quite cool. It's a very dynamic system where we can generate everything to everyone, from players to humanoids in the game. And that means as soon as we create clothes, both players and NPC can use those. And we have a lot of plans to create a ton of more clothes and armors and weapons. And not all humanoids can use them. So yeah, the short answer is yes. And obviously, as you can know, we have all these different clades, which means they have very specific, unique design for every clade. And yeah, you will see Ogmir inspired, Alvarin inspired, and so on. So it's just a matter of time and resources, and you will see more of that coming into the game. Sloppy's Joe with the gift again. Thank you, man. Just look at those rods. Indeed, indeed. They're real nice. I like them. How do you plan to manage that? Steam has a 2-hour return window, but currently the game doesn't really show what's like in the first 2 hours. So, I mean, obviously Mortal Online is a quite complex sandbox game, right? It's not that simple that you run and do quest and level based. It has a lot more to offer, and a lot of more interesting features and options that can interest very different type of players. From, you don't have to be a quest doer, you don't have to be a PvP player or PvE player for that matter. You know, if you're fine with trading, doing trades, crafting, and picking up any of these different professions and features, and you can do that deep and become famous and become, you know, extremely successful and finding secrets in many of those fields, which is one of the cool thing with Mortal Online. You can do whatever you enjoy in the game. So obviously, for us to introduce a new player, we created Haven so they can safely, in a safe environment, try a little bit of those big components in the game, and also to learn them, obviously. And then, you know, they go into the real game world, which offer obviously quite a bit more to explore. But the thing is also, we don't just want to throw all features at new players, because they will be quite overwhelmed. They already have to take in everything going on from the start on, and they will forget a lot of it, right? So if we just throw in additional types of features and more depth, we are not sure that they're gonna, you know, have a fluid introduction by getting all that data in the head. So it's a tricky part. There's obviously room for improvement, and we try to make the best possible introduction on Haven. And it's something that we may and can refine also, you know, over time, depending on how we see that affect new players. So yeah, it's not a game where you just jump in 5 minutes and you think you know everything about the game. It's actually almost the opposite, that, you know, the more you invest and look into the game, and the deeper you come into the game, the more exciting and cool things you may explore and understand that there's a lot going on under the surface. But at the same time, we want to make sure that it's easy to just jump in, learn how to make some basic fighting, make some basic gear, because that is one of the important things, right? You can die easily by players, monsters, anything, wolves, bears outside, you know, in the wild, and that means you will drop your items on the ground, and you can get them back if you're lucky, or if you know where those items are. But it's also important to understand that, you know, it can be easy to die and lose things, but it's as easy to get going again, right? Create your own gear, or buy some gear, or pick that up, and you don't have to invest in expensive gear to be, you know, the best in the game. You know, it's enough to learn how to make something basic, or buy something basic, and you can be quite effective in the world and get going again. So that is also what we try to make clear, and we see that players have been doing an amazing job in trying to explain that as well to new players, which is awesome, because, you know, if you come from World of Warcraft, where you're used to grind epic gear for months on those raids, then obviously that is quite a difference when you're coming here. So, you know, adapt to death and embrace it, and not being too afraid of it, and get that under control, and know that you can get back on track very easily. Then you shouldn't worry too much. And as soon as you figure that all out, you know, you have a very amazing game world in front of you to explore in different ways. And also, it's also easy to forget that, you know, if there's a group of players that are murderers, or someone you're not getting along with, you know, we made a huge world for many important reasons. You can always head out and start your life in a new city, or in the other part of the world, if we didn't enjoy that part of the world, or enjoy those type of players being there. So yeah. We don't have an exact date for the furniture patch. We are working on it, and it's one of our upcoming patches. Implement rep system. Yes, we are adding more and more of those options in our upcoming patch. As I mentioned before, we need to get all those steps in the game, and now during the beta is when we can do that and have to do it. Can you show us the fishing game? I can't show it at the moment. Or is there a mini game? So it's the course system and rules comes from the first game. It has a lot of depth when it comes to how you fish. You know, the rules, how you can catch fishes, how you map that out, and all the rules for that. The next part is the struggle part, the reeling in the fish, which is the big new thing that didn't work in the first game. And you could call that a mini game, but it's still attached to, you know, the fishing system. If you hook a very big strong fish on the line, for instance, and you can hear it bending your rod quite heavily, and you just start pulling and reeling it in, then your rod gonna break quite quickly, depending on what type of rod you have and, you know, the strength and the size of the fish. But as soon as you learn to read that and let go of the fish, and making sure that you make the fish getting tired, that's when you can take the opportunity to start reeling in. You make sure it gets tired, right? So that is kind of the gameplay around how you catch those big ones. There'll be a lot of small fishes that you can just reel in against their strength, because they won't be breaking the rod. But as soon as you step up a size, then that gets more important, how you play with the reeling parts. One was FK gold farm. I expect it still to be a FK gold farm that hurts the economy like Mo1. What will the solution be to this? Do you mean in fishing? So like I said, the big new thing is the reel-in fishing part system, which requires you to actively read, look at the rod, see what's going on. So you have two indications, sound and visual animation on the rod. Those are key components to how you read to reel in a fish successfully. And you can't do that AFK. You know, it will break the rod. You need big thirst for the bigger fish, or they preferred due to strength? Not so much. So your skill in fishing and how you play, you know, player skills read the fishing part. And obviously, if you have a solid, if you plan to fish something big, then you should be prepared gear wise as well, so you can handle that. So that is the biggest component, because we wanted to make sure that this rely more on player skills and knowledge, which is really cool. So anyone can learn that very quickly and, you know, play around with it. But you can go really deep when it comes to how do you figure out how to catch very specific things. And it comes down more to your knowledge and how you read the situation. And like I said, if you have proper gear for it, more than those are the main components that determines it mostly, I would say. The price change on Steam is temporary, so give that a moment and there will be an update shortly again. So I got a very exciting message today. That I actually got this information just a few moments before I jumped into getting ready for today's stream. So that is one of the exciting news for us. It's quite exciting. So I wanted to kind of mention that as well. So 1 second. So yeah, I got a mail from a long-term partners since we started the journey like 16 years ago, and it was pretty cool. So we actually got this one today. And yeah, maybe some of you guys know what this means. It's a cool what do you call it? Yeah, you know, a mega grant. So we applied for this long time ago when we started on this quite insane project many years ago. You know, my when I contacted Epic Games many years ago, when I had this idea of making a game like Mortal Online with its roots from Ultima Online. I was talking to Mark Rain, the vice president of Epic Games, that kind of became my first contact person. Really nice and cool guy, and I talked to him quite frequently, trying to convince them to give us access to Unreal Engine 3, which was, you know, just new to the market, and no one else was licensing that other than like Microsoft and some other giants. And then it was us from Malmö, Sweden, that was not on the map. And there were, back then, when nothing was, you know, they didn't have the engines for free and such, they were very careful about picking who should use their technology. I managed to convince him. It took a year until we got our hands off that technology and started the journey. And yeah, today, 16 years later, we are on the upgraded version, obviously, Unreal Engine 4, and we're ready to step over to Unreal Engine 5. And they gave us a mega grant as well, so we can continue invest in making an awesome sandbox game that is truly unique, running on Unreal Engine 4 and soon to be Unreal Engine 5. Very exciting, very exciting. So we were very happy. You know, I almost haven't had the time to tell the team. So this is news for everyone. I just got the response. So real awesome. Real awesome. Congratulations, that's great news. Yeah, thank you so much. I mean, it's awesome to get this. So getting some fundings, additional fundings to obviously put into our development. And yeah, they Epic Games have had their eyes on the game, tried it, and think it's a very exciting project that it has no limits in the future. It can become, you know, there's no limits for the future, pretty much. So that is very exciting. We're going AAA, no more in the amateur hour. I mean, we are still independent, small company. We, you know, and obviously the future will tell, you know, how the release, everything goes, what kind of interest, how we can scale up. You know, obviously the aim and goals and the visions for us is to be able to grow and scale and continue pushing the game in the lead and just making it better and better with more and more feature and content over time. So even more players will be interested in joining in. Is Mortal Kombat 2 still coming to Steam? It is on Steam. It's in pre-purchase closed beta status right now on Steam. So it is possible to already buy the game and you get instant access to the closed beta. And you will have the game ready for launch, which is the 25th of January. And yes, that's when it goes live on Steam as well. Sir Hob, thank you for the subscription. For a month. Congrats. Thank you, thank you. Does it mean more feature in shorter times? So we need to be careful here. Obviously, when we reach the very important milestone, as in going 1.0, the release version in 25th of January, you know, as long as everything goes as planned, that means our game will be having its final wipe, and it will be persistent, and everything is, you know, it starts. That means we need to be very careful about how we add additional content and so on. So we're not gonna increase, you know, right now we have the pipeline and working with 2-month iterations when it comes to deploying patches, right? and that is working very effectively and well for us. But we won't be pushing a lot of big features, especially new features in every of these second patches. We need to be very careful here, making sure that everything that goes in is fully polished and balanced before it goes live, especially if it's new features. There's a lot of things that we can push in pretty much every second week patch that is more content of the same thing that we know is security. As for example, additional upgrades on a house or new creatures, stuff like that. King of Mighties with a hoodie. Henrik, I'm not surprised with this amazing news with Mega Grant. I've said this before and I'll say it again. It will only get better from here, my friend. This game will explode, and this time next year it will be top 5 game on Twitch. Congratulations, my friend. Thank you so much. It means a lot to hear this from you guys that have been, following the journey, both new and old players. It's awesome to have your support, and we're on the same path here. We see it the same way. So yeah, super excited, and we're getting closer and closer for a very exciting future for sure when it comes to this type of game. So yeah, thank you so much. I want a hoodie. You can find that hoodie is available on the Twitch here. If you scroll down a little bit, you can find it in different colors. Really nice. The fabric on it is really soft. So I really like that hoodie. I have one of my own as well. Might is killing it with the gifts. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. Just came here. What the hell is going on? So the usual updates on the usual work on Mortal 9, the upcoming content, a little sneak peek, and we also announced that we just got Mega Grant for Epic Games, which is awesome news, really fun and great for us. So yeah, just the usual update and Q&A, questions and so on. Will you do testing servers in the future for people that, to play test new things before they're released, so the community can help finding bugs post-launch? Yes, so we are expanding the testing servers and how that procedure will work. So whenever we working on those new features, we have a lot of new big features that never made it to the first game that we now can do in this game. Obviously, that means we need to test them a lot, have them polished before we push them live. So yes, we will make sure that we have enough testing in a proper scale. And, we don't want to rush that. If we know that this is an important big feature, we want to make sure that it simply gets enough time until we say, great, now it's working, it's balanced, now it's the time to push it live. So yes, we will be, quite more careful. Like I mentioned before, during the beta, there's a luxury time of us where we can actually push some things when we know that, okay, it's not fully polished, but we know that we're going to get so much feedback and important content tested by you guys on a live server, and it also allows us to go very quickly fast forward in some of these areas. But that will change a little bit when we're live. We can't just, take a chance, pretty much. We need to be more sure and give those features enough time before we can put them live. An update on overhauled weather system. How's the synced Skybox going? It's going very slowly forward. So we have, people working on the effects and all that, making sure that those will look awesome. The other part, again, where we struggle a little bit is when, we only have so many coders, and the weather system ties to a lot of the weather coding systems that we have built. And right now, every single coder is very, occupied with very specific areas, and then also very specific polish areas. We know exactly, those bugs we need to fix during the beta to be ready. So that prioritized order determines, what we can do in this point of time. So depending on that, that is kind of the determining factor of when we will be able to take that update on the code side as well.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Did you show some fish yet? No, I haven't shown any fishes. I shown where do we have it? So I showed our upcoming fishing rods that you will be able to craft in different materials. I can pull them up quickly again.
Oh my god.
So our fishing rods and also our final tribe rat version. Wow, this picture was huge. What the hell? Is this the correct one? Sorry guys. Looks like it never ends. What did I just... Is that not the rod? What the hell is this? This is the biggest scaled picture I ever seen. Is this even the correct one? Yes, it is. Look at the scale on this picture. So yeah, this is the rods that you will be able to craft and fish with. So sturdy, short ones to long ones. Fit it to screen. Yeah, I could do that function. I'm still quite a noob when it comes to being a Twitch streamer, guys, so you have to have some patience. Can you use the rod as a weak weapon? Not really. It's, you know, we have a system that is also the part of we work on right now, that it's initially it works as a weapon because that's how it works, what you put in the hands. But obviously this is not a weapon, right? It's more like a tool for fishing. So those are the parts that we need to rebuild to make sure it's used with the right animation and used as a fishing rod instead. So imagine how would you kind of switch from being a fishing state to fighting with the rod. It doesn't make sense, and that means that we need to add additional support and work to switch from those stances. So we are starting with, at least this is a fishing rod. It will recognize that you're gonna use it for fishing, and therefore goes to the right animation state. Yeah, I guess you should be able to smack someone with it and break it, but again, we need to prioritize where we spend the most important time first, and animation time wise and all that. Got a hoodie. Thank you, man, whoever got that hoodie. Will fish be a physical creature in the water that we can see, even if not fishing? So there's a few things that makes this extremely complicated depending on how we proceed with it. So in the first game, the fishes was never visually there physically. We had a deep system where those fishes were living, what depth, what time of day, and all that. But it wasn't until you pretty much pulled it up from the water and got it in your inventory until you saw that it was this type of fish or whatever it was. Again, this time we want to push that further to make it, you know, next gen, more interesting, which means that we're actually creating the meshes for the different types of fishes. And we're not just talking fishes, it's a lot of things like eels, octopus, frogs, you know, clams, many different types of fishes, you know, shark types, a lot of different sea creatures that you can catch. That yeah, and obviously we know that it would be much cooler if you can actually see that is the fish you pull out from the sea, right? But again, we can't. Vaynard bought a hoodie. Thank you, man. Got my drip for launch streams. Thank you so much for buying our merchandises and supporting the development. So So yeah, we're creating all the content for these different types of fishes. It's a huge list, so we will see, how much we're getting. We're starting with a good batch to try to, show that you can see this is a big fish type, this is a big whatever type it is. And then we refine that also over time. But as you can imagine, having all those fishes swimming out there, then all of a sudden it comes down to, if you swim there and you see this fish in front of you, then obviously we want you to be able to interact with it, right? And this is how very quickly it becomes complicated and tricky. Because if you can, thrust a blade into the fish in front of you and it dies, you can take that fish, right? And the same thing would be if you actually catch it on a hook and reel it in, it's still that fish. So that makes it very complicated very, very quickly. So we're starting with pretty much the same system in the first game, where all those fishes is out there, but you don't visually see them in the wild. You see them when you hook them. So that is the first step of that. There is nothing that prevents us from taking the second step in the future, when obviously we have a lot of plans for underwater content where you can swim around, discover things, and all that. And that means that we want to look at that situation then where you can actually engage with those fishes in those two different ways. You could thrust them with a dagger, get them that way, or effectively using a fishing rod. If they move around very quickly, then obviously it's going to be very difficult for you to catch that fish. But that's how you attract them, using a rod and a bait, right? That is how you do it. So we want to try to tie that together down the road when we are, working additionally on underwater content. When are we adding Ogmium in? So Ogmium and the final famous armor piece is going into the game for release the 25th of January, along with a lot of other contents. If a pond is fished heavily, does it become harder to catch fish there? I actually don't remember if there's a deplete ratio for those specific fish types. I'm not 100% sure, actually. It's a very sophisticated system how you catch those fishes. Some fishes are very difficult to catch, and what determines that is quite a few different factors. Time of day, what type of bait, what depth you're fishing on. You're actually deciding your own depth you're going to fish on using one of those floating devices. So it's very deep already there. And as you can see, those factors already give you tons of combinations. And then there are more common fishes, a lot of those common fishes that kind of bites on almost anything. And also, obviously, the size of hooks you may be using. If you're looking for a specific small fish, then obviously you shouldn't be using a large hook, right? If you're looking for a specific very large fish type, then obviously you may want to use a larger hook. So there's a lot of interesting components going on there to explore and figure out. When's the fishing contest? Almighties. So we plan to patch fishing next week, as you know. So the question is if we should start one of those contests next week or the next week again. We have to figure that out. I'm not 100% sure yet. We're getting close to Christmas, so it would be nice and cool and fun to have some Christmas fishing days, right? The most common plural form of fish is indeed fish. Indeed. Fish buzz. What benefit are there to catching the rare fishes? So, like I said, there are a lot of different sea creatures to catch. And just to give you some example, some may sell, straight for good gold, so you can make a living on it. Some give you rare, valuable scales and resources that you can give or sell to crafters. You can make gear out of it. Some have very distinct colors that you can extract and dye clothes, banners, guild emblems. Some may have very poisonous effects for alchemy. Some may have very strong bonuses to reserves to making cooks, these dishes, etc. So as you can see, it ties to a lot of different areas very quickly there. Everything from money making, a profession, to, like I said, all these areas. And eventually, just like in the first game, people are gonna put up buy orders. I want to buy this very specific fish, and I'm paying this much money for it because I want those scales, for instance. And that means they want to find a good fisherman that have figured out how to catch them first of all, and then obviously supply that line of supply for that demand. And you know, if there's no fishermen that have figured out how to catch them, then obviously that demand and supply may go up, right? So it's a very cool thing. I really like it. Why are some horses so much worse than others? We are doing horse updates in every patch right now. You're going to see a more normalization done in this upcoming patch. And then there will be refinement on how they have their different strength, pros and cons. Fish armor. Yeah, so imagine shark scales or something like that. If you give that to a armor smith, he can make scales out of that, which looks really cool. Looks like you have wearing a, you know, ancient shark scale chainmail or something like that. So yeah, you're going to be able to explore crafting with some of these types as well. Are boats coming out with fishing, or is it all from shore? No, boats are not coming with fishing. It's a very big system that we need quite a bit more time before we can put that into the game. So fishing will be from shore, yes. You know, you can fish in anything: ponds, lakes, rivers, the ocean, the sea. And you know, depending on depth and all that, you will be able to find various type of sea creatures. Henrik, congratulations about the news. When you think there will be updates to the rep system? My Thursday is unplayable right now. There will be additional updates in this patch and some of the more upcoming one for release. So we're working quite hard in giving... So task, like we mentioned before, is a very cool feature for the game that anyone can enjoy and pick up, from new players that don't know what to do yet, and obviously old players that want to work on standings or whatever they want to do. And we're adding more than just parcels. So there will be transportation missions, but there will also be kind of rescue missions or other types of tasks, and in different forms in different locations in the world. And some may be hidden, some may be secret, and that will give you more options to work on your different standings. Biddy biddy boom. Bad karma. Got the Tindremic tea. Gonna wear this on release. Cheers for an awesome game. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for buying the merchandise. That goes straight to the development, and we appreciate it a lot. And yeah, I can't wait to see you guys wear that on the release stream. That would be awesome. I will be here as well, and streaming and wearing my stuff as well. Can you treasure hunt? So we are planning to have treasure hunting in the game. For instance, one of the catches in the fishing is actually a SOS bottle, and that means there's a hidden message in this bottle. And if you encrypt that or read that location, you may be able to find a spot in the world, and that means if you dig on that spot and it's on the right spot, you may find a treasure. And you know, in some cases there may be some danger involved with that as well. Guys, going to update the DLSS file to some of the newer versions. They perform better and eliminate ghosting. I tried to do it manually, but yeah. So one thing that we actually told them when we got our hands on it early on was the ghosting issue. It was quite clear in our game, and they got straight on that, trying to improve that. And yes, we simply haven't had the time to look on their updates. They're sending us some updates, NVIDIA, but we simply have been so busy focusing on the game development. But yeah, hopefully we will be able to update our version, because yeah, it would be awesome, both performance-wise, stability, and that ghosting issue, which can be a little bit annoying, especially when it's darker nights. It's more apparent then. So we will see. Is there any plans to add further changes to pulled swords? Maybe like increasing blade length or something to make it more unique. So we plan to add a lot more of the different head types and handles over time. We just started with 5 of each because we thought that was an even and good number. So 5 of everything that you can combine today, but we plan to add additional 5 and 5 and 5 for all of these groups. So just again, matter of time and resources, and you will see tons of more options to find, explore, and play around with. No news yet on Necromancy. Sometime after release. Slubbish Joe with the donation. Thank you, man. Housing is amazing. Furniture will make it even better. Congrats on the mega grant. How much will the dev team expand with the money? Double? Thank you so much. And yeah, it's awesome to see housing in the game. It's really nice to see houses just popping up every here and there, and it looks really nice. I like how they fit in the environment as well. Really nice to see that, and it's really good that we are testing that and making sure it's polished and stable. So we are ready for the next patch, which is the furniture step that allows you to do even more fun thing with your houses. Obviously, decorate them and design them, how you use those different floors, and gonna get some of those functions as well with the benches. So yeah, that's awesome. And yeah, like I said before, the plans are to slowly grow, being able to expand on everything. If we're looking at the numbers right now, they are looking very exciting, which means we should have a very exciting player base and a growing one. And there's no doubt that we will need more space and content for the future. And obviously we want to expand on the team then as well, so we can continue to work on this game and expand it on an even wider scale. I mean, we're only 30 people now, which is a very small independent team compared to all the giants out there. And what my team managed to deliver is very impressive and amazing. I'm super proud, and I'm sure that if you compare the content we deliver in every second week compared to any other MMO out there, that should talk for itself, right? I don't have to explain what that means. So obviously, if we get even more resources, more developers, we can offload some of the work. We can pinpoint and focus on those areas that every people are good at, the different areas. We can get even more effective. There's a Master Race. Thank you for buying a T-shirt. Integrity get you some integrity. All right, thank you, man, for buying that Thursar tee. Only 30. Wow, man, that's amazing. Yeah. I mean, that is also a common thing that sometimes we see in the public that, why haven't Star Wars or Modern Line done this or that, or they should do like this or that. And they are all instant comparing on us with, any other MMO out there, like New World, that is, new on the market. And of course, people compare games in the same genre with each other's, but I think it's quite good to keep in mind that we are comparing a team with 1,000 people and 30 people, a budget of many millions, and quite a fraction of that. And obviously that will make a difference in some areas, right? But still, I think that what we managed to do in this time, producing the content and patches in this time rate, and still remaining in a very solid stability, as we can see on the closed beta, and making a awesome, very complex, true sandbox MMORPG game. Someone may, wonder how is it possible when you compare it with like a team around 500 to 1,000 people, and we are delivering what we're doing and they're delivering what they're doing. It's quite interesting how different we work on these things and how we do all these things. But yeah, it's a big difference. We are in small indie company. That's quite good to keep in mind when trying to compare some of those things with the giants out there. No, the prices are not final in Russia, etc., and some other regions. We are talking to Valve about that. There was some fraud thing going on. We have been investigating and doing some updates, so there will be an update shortly. Ask Jeff Bezos for an investment. Easy clap. I mean, they decided to pick one of the biggest game out there, right? Competing with World of Warcraft. They are Amazon. I mean, why wouldn't they try to compete with them? They have the resources to do it, right? And we're not trying to make that type of game at all. We're not interested in that type of game, and we are not as experienced and knowledge in those type of games. What we have high passion about and love to do is a true sandbox game, and that is Mortal Online. And that is not what those games are. Those are more theme park games, as you know, and our are more a sandbox game. We're passionate about building that type of game. Giants aren't as big as you think, Henrik. There are very few people doing actual work in these studios. So World of Warcraft had more than 1,000 developers making World of Warcraft, and New World have over 500 developers. So for us, that is huge. Very big team. Funcom, I was visiting Funcom that made Anarchy Online and some other MMOs over the years. They were 520 people when I visited them, and they all worked on that MMO game. So they are huge compared to us. We are 30 and they are around 500 up. And a studio and game seems 1,000% more creditable and worthy of investment than either of those shops. Yeah, thank you for that. I mean, yeah, like we all know, we're making quite different games, right? And we're making them in different ways as well. I never thought I'd find a game to replace old school Ultima Online. I think this might be the first game to really make a good modern successor. Spooky Wolf, I fully agree. I played Ultima Online since the beta, and I was hooked for 10 years. After that, there was only one game that kind of gave me a little bit of that love back, and that was Star Wars Galaxies in the beginning. After that, I never felt that magic, ever, and I tried all games on the market when it comes to being close to that type of MMO. And it's been sad. For so many years, there had been nothing. So the time came where we said, let's make it our own. And yeah, that's more online for sure. So it sounds negative. The real sentiment is it's so refreshing to see the devs playing their own game, connecting with the actual players, and making what we want. I'm sorry it sounded negative. No, at all. Yeah, I mean, this, obviously, as many of you guys know, this is very close to my heart, and the developers, this is the type of game I've been looking for so many years. And like I said, when I see that there's nothing like it, and I see there's been a growing demand for it, everyone that came from Ultima Online back then, there's several 100,000 players. Obviously we are older now, right? But many of us are still looking for that type of game, right? And then we're looking at the new generations, the audience. A lot of them are fed up with those theme park games. Follow the arrow, follow the question marks, and that's it. And that is also why we see so many of those games being popular on the market, like Tarkov, Rust, Valheim. They're very popular and they demand more from the players. They're more risk and reward, more crazy stuff going on, more exciting gaming experience going on. And that's a very good step towards Mortal Online. So those games also have created a huge growing population for Mortal Online in the future. So I think it's the best possible timing today. It was quite a different timing and era back in the days when World of Warcraft was getting the standards, when we were competing with those games only on the market pretty much. Today, you know, we have seen so many new players showing up and they just love it instantly because they have been looking for those kind of features. You know, some of them are super excited for first person only. They like first person games, immersive games. You know, those feature that allows you to build, do sandbox things, steal, kill, loot, and risk losing that. It's an exciting feeling. I mean, even though you may not be into PvPing, a lot of those players still think that it's exciting because that danger is out there, like in a movie. You know, you can avoid it and you can try to flee from it, or you know, whatever, take a stance and fight against it. It still adds that element of excitement and fear and danger that, you know, belongs in this type of game. And then obviously you can go close to that or try to take a step away from it depending on what you're looking for in this type of game. So yeah, it's interesting. Damn, I mean, you just listed every game I love. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to hear that. I mean, it's clear that many of you guys that have found this game now that knows what it's all about, many of you guys are also coming from those games, right? Like I said, there are several 100,000 of players that came from those games initially, right? And obviously, many of those are still gamers, just like I am. I'm one of those. So it wouldn't be odd if, you know, we meet here, right? And I think that's cool. Coming back so many years later, we played Ultima Online, we maybe played on the same server, we didn't know about it, and then we meet here again so many years later. It's awesome. What's the plan with AI? So we have been investing a lot of effort and development in AI. In the first game, it was quite lacking. It wasn't stable and reliable, and we couldn't really push exciting AI components. This time, we're pushing that boundaries. So we're making different tiers of AI to make it exciting, interesting. We make sure that they look insanely cool and they have very different behavior. And the tier 2 AI is what is starting to get exciting. And that's what we're adding now in almost every patch. Every boss type we add is using the tier 2 AI, which is very unique, you know, very different type of AI interaction. And, you know, people have been enjoying it a lot so far, and we're just pushing it further and further. And that slowly brings us to tier 3 AI, which is going to be out of this world when it comes to MMO. And yeah, I can't wait for us until we reach the tier 3 AI. We're still polishing and fixing on the, you know, the general foundation of the AI. You know, there's still some polish needed. But other than that, we are, you know, taking steady steps towards fully tier 2 and tier 3 AI over time. I'm a diehard WoW player, but this game is about to take that away. Pilk, yeah, gaming. I'm very happy to that. And like I said, you know, initially it was like two camps. Oh, you're a WoW player, you can't play this, you can't enjoy it, you don't get it. But like I said, over the years, a lot of WoW players have kind of, you know, want to move forward, right? Evolve, getting something new, fresh, exciting. Played all those different games, like I said. Many are playing those games like Rust, Tarkov, Valheim, and maybe looking for something more exciting and challenging than the traditional World of Warcraft, even though it's, you know, still a solid game today. So I wouldn't be surprised that we will have a lot of WoW New World players that joins in Mortal Online and may enjoy it at fully. May find different areas they enjoy a lot, and may find some areas that they don't enjoy as much. That is natural as well. But that is also the cool beauty of Mortal Online. I think that a game like World of Warcraft, you either, you know, will love it or it's not for you. So, simply like that, because you do the quest, it's level based, and there's a cool storyline, and that's what you get deep into, right? And obviously you do raids with friends. That is a big component. But Modern Online has, a lot of different options for the players. Like now all of a sudden you can become a famous crafter. You can't be a crafter in World of Warcraft because you don't craft gear there. You raid them, right? You grind the gear instead. And you can't really trade and sell things the same way as you can in Modern Online. So all of a sudden you have a completely different gameplay component where you can be a crafter, tradesman, pick any of these different professions and crafting systems that have so much depth that is like a game in its own. And then we haven't even touched the PvE components, exploring the world, starting to find a story, a lore in the game world that we're also trying to push more this time around. And then of course we have the PvP player interaction in different forms, from hostile to friendly, which is just even more awesome and deep in Mortal Online. That isn't the same thing in other theme parks game. So yeah, like I said, we see a rapidly growing player base from those games, World of Warcraft, New World, and I think it's awesome to see new players joining in and enjoying the game. Hey my friend, Mortal Online 2 is looking amazing. Thank you for brilliance of diversity with Unity you created with Mortal Online 2. More 2 big fan. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I love this game, but the AI sucks. Please tell me this bandit AI is stage 1 out of 10. So, like I said, there are still bugs and certain area issues, like when there's missing collision or non-mesh or simply a bug. In most cases that we find when reports are being reported, there's a specific area that we need to go to and fix for the AI to behave normally. But if you look at the component when things works as intended and how the AI can behave compared to any other MMO game, we are, miles ahead in terms of how it behaves, what it can do, what components are in effect compared to like a World of Warcraft AI, like 10 times ahead, I would say. And tier 2 is, even more ahead. But like I said, there are bugs and specific areas where non-mesh collision is not correct, and that may give a bad gaming experience in the PvE. And that is something we're working on. Theme park casual MMOs do not have endgame, end of story. Yeah, it's quite different endgame, I guess. I mean, I have a few friends that play World of Warcraft still frequently. They do the raids every weekend. They hang with their friends and do the raids, trying to get those items. I guess that's the end game for them. And that can be cool and nice. But yeah, end game in Mortal Online would be quite different, I would say. And there's so much more end game in terms of pick your taste. There's so much end game in so many different areas in Mortal Online 2, which is pretty cool, I think. Will a fish have the ability to pull a player into the ocean and kill the player? Good question. I mean, there's always crazy ideas and things that we can push further when, the core is in place, how we can make it even more exciting. And that could be maybe one of those things that could happen. Eric, thank you for buying a hoodie. Great job on this game, man. Haven't had a game that gets the adrenaline flowing in years. I feel you, man. You can jump into Mortal Online and within a few minutes you can get adrenaline flowing. And I know exactly what I mean. The only time I felt that was obviously in Ultima Online a lot. And I love that feeling in so many different ways. And it was one of the reasons that kind of pulled me back, because it's a real experience, right? I mean, usually you play a game to get an experience in some way, right? And that is a unique experience, in a safe environment, right? And only a few games have given me that. A few cases in EVE Online. Star Wars Galaxy was one of the games that I also liked a lot, like I mentioned. But yeah, mostly in Ultima Online. And yes, that can happen just the same way as it did in Ultima Online, in Mortal Online, which is awesome, I think. So as long as, new players understands that, adapt to it. I think they're ready for it as well. Any provoke skill or something to help manage aggro in the future plan. K and C, done. Next patch, done. So yeah, it's coming. So as a developer, do you guys support roleplay in the game? And will you like to see roleplay guilds in the game, adding a bit of community-driven content? So you know, I'm a role player as well. What the hell was that? Sorry. So when we had the first stress test, we saw quite a bunch of role players joining game. They thought that these have the requirements for them to go deep in role playing. First person, VoIP, those components really gives exciting role playing content feature for those players. And when they started to play the game, they got a lot of people following and watching, and us included in the dev team. And we had a lot of blast, really enjoying watching their journeys in different forms. Really impressive level role playing. And you know, when I jump in some games, every now and then I may go crazy as well in different forms, like role playing, participating in different things. My previous stream, actually, I met this guy, Pizza Guy, and we were killing it a little bit. We had a lot of fun with the VoIP system, and it's cool. I think it's an immersive way, so for sure we are supporting it as much as we can. We're adding more and more features to support it even further. So for sure, if you are an RPG fan, want to role play in this game and focus more on that, this will be a game that can give that for sure, no doubt. And we will give more and more tools for expanding on that as well. A feature I enjoyed in Ultima Online was learning a trade skill from crafter, for example, talking to a blacksmith and paying gold to get skill, but also being told to craft X item and being paid to do that. Yeah. In our game, you can actually talk to some tutors. They will give you some initial starting skill points in some skills, and you can also buy books, skill books, and those books can unlock skills to you, and they also give you experience in that skill over time, even when you're logged out. So that is one way to passively over time buy skills and gaining skills, but also obviously you can combine that with actions. So you can actually manually craft and do things and gain even more skill in that. And then we are expanding, like I mentioned, we have a task system, and that is what I would say the closest form of a quest in our game world. It's not a traditional World of Warcraft quest, but and we call them tasks, and that is a way for any player to go to the local taverns, talk to those NPCs because they may have some jobs for you, and that is the way for you to gain Clade experience, gold, and also gain standings in that nation that you may work for. So there will be more types of tasks, and some may also then step into crafting. So if you're more into crafting and stuff like that, there may be tasks specifically for that. So you can train and work towards crafting and also getting experience and rewards for that. Housing TC patch coming soon. I love houses, but pretty useless without being able to at least respawn. So we're not getting the TC first, we're getting the furniture first, and that will give housing the missing component to allow you to decorate and place tools in your houses, which will give you that full function pretty much. After that, that's when we're gonna work on finalizing TC, but that will take longer time. It's quite more to it than that. Let me scroll down. I'm a little behind here. Hey my guys, Epic Games Magazine is awesome, but could you get them to fix iOS? That will be a good one, yes. We are in their hands when it comes to that software. We don't get to access anything because of security reasons. So we just hope that they can do frequent updates that help us in that situation. I really like the new tattoos and hairstyles. Will I be able to do this as a profession soon? Forgiven, you will be able to learn a profession and discover hair and tattoos in the game, yes, but not until sometime after release. We don't have a date yet, but the system is prepared for it. So we have, like I mentioned before, we have a baseline now. So you can choose from the clade styles, tattoos and hairs. And then you will also be able to choose one of the starting nations styles. And that's it when you create your character. Everything else, they're going to be a ton more over time. Will be discovered in-game. Some have requirements. Some just need to be taught or given. And yes, that will be a profession that allows you to pass those different styles to other players as a trade. Please confirm sharks. Make my day. Yes, there will be sharks. You will be able to fish them, and yeah, eventually they will be able to be there and bite you, obviously. There will be many different dangerous sea creatures, from small to huge monsters. Bandy Bean. Hello, beautiful Mortal 2 community. Hello. We're adding more priests. We don't plan to add more priests because we know that players will add priest services. And it's up to the players to how many and how much, pretty much. We ever add another character class so that we can gather and craft and refine? So that is the thing. We have redesigned the character skill system so you can be a pure crafter and a pure whatever you want next to that. So we have split the trees compared to the first game. So on one character you can do a fully dedicated crafting, whatever you want to craft or profession, and then still also a fully action-based fighter, mage, or whatever you want to be in one character. And then we have the veteran system that we're going to enable sometime after release that allows you to go even a little bit further. We will see some leeches, leech lords, and skeletons and swords on the GV. Will the GV be expanded with an underground area under the mausoleum? There will be quite a lot of more creatures over time. So now we're really tapping into the full zoology skill when it comes to creature. And we're gonna, we need to take our time to make them all right and, add a specific AI behavior to them and have the whole species more or less ironed out before we add them into the game. And there's a lot of undead creatures. Right now we only have the common walking deads. That is a starting mob, as you can see on Haven as well. But there's no doubt there are going to be more of that. And when we get Necromancy, you will also be able to create your own Walking Deads in different forms. When can I ride my bear? I have no date for that yet. So as you know, we have the horses, and then we have the Mulvas and Ligators, we have wagons, and then we have quite a list of creatures that are suitable as mounts that we need to tag, set the rules for them, weight, size, and we need to do the animation work for them, the gear and animation work. That is the biggest bottleneck on those. So, if we can hire additional animators that can do that area, that means we can add those faster and more of them over time. So, you know, that is the hopes for after release. When will the very vague patch note starts? I can't wait to explore and find new secrets to either share or use for self-gain. Paxen, yeah, good question. So obviously we have a kind of a rule how we add our patch notes. So functions and features we always write, and obviously changes. It's important for the players to know that. But yeah, there will be a lot of content that, you know, obviously we don't want to say what it is and where, because that is part of the exploration, just like you said. And also finding those treasures or rewards is also part of that exploration and player knowledge, which is in the player's hand. So you will see that in pretty much every patch starting from release. That is why we do a lot of unlock of secret things. You can see that on the final one, right? That is, you know, when we're going to keep adding just content. You know, we may say there's several types of dungeons, creatures added to the game, and that's everything we say. It's up to you to explore what, where, and how.
Another one.
Will the yearly subscription be available for launch? If so, will it include a cosmetic like a cape? We don't have plans to add a cosmetic for the subscription, and yes, for launch there will be the different options for subscribing, small packages or larger with some discounts. We are looking to see if we can do something here, but it's a little bit too early. And like I said, we're quite occupied now, you know, following our schedule, you know, nailing those deadlines we have. So we will see when it comes to additional stuff there.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Another one. Let me see. I'm behind again, guys. Sorry. Stable, just wants to pop in and acknowledge all that you and the team have done. So much work has been done with a relatively small team, and I love every bit of it. Thanks for all you and the team do. Thank you, It's Stable. We appreciate it heavily. You know, our heart is in this project, as many of you guys know, for many years, and we're getting closer to a very exciting beginning of Mortal Line. What does everyone in this chat feel about never beating me in fishing? Mighties, you're quite cocky when it comes to fishing, right? We will see. It's gonna be exciting.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Will fishing be in when the game goes live? Yes, the fishing is planned for the next patch. So that's next week already. So we plan to have some fishing events, some contests where we're gonna meet up, and I may post the rules, and let's see who the greatest fisherman is, or fisherwoman. And there still will be any skills like tailoring to craft ropes and that kind of stuff. Yes, there will be more of those skills that allows you to do clothing, and we will also have enchanting that, you know, adds additional components. Challenge accepted. Bratwire, thank you so much with the gifts, man.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Wood seems to take a very long time to gather, and for most, wood seems extremely grueling. Will this ever be looked at for values to be increased? Yeah, we do have a full focus on all distribution of resources in the world, and you will see big leaps happening in these upcoming patches. And the plan is for release, things will be as designed, and there will be, you know, additional things added. So that is one of the focus we have internally.
Oh my god, another
Oh
one.
my god, another one. More love coming, indeed. When will male and female animals be added? So if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember if all horses, for instance, are male right now. But yes, with breeding, obviously we need the two genders, right? So that's what we need, breeding. And that is planned for after release. Yeah, you will see additional tweaks to both horse stats and spawns in the world. Please tell me that healing would damage undead. Would be stupid if they get healed by lights. Yeah. It's nothing that we're gonna add or change right now, but there's a few things that kind of make sense that we may alter down the road somewhere. Will in-game alcohol be available before launch and affect vision and stats? Most likely not before launch. Like I said, we don't want to, even though it may sound like there's small features we can add on the fly, you know, those stacks up very quickly, right? There's many features that we all obviously wish to have in the game as soon as possible, right? But like I said, we are 30 people, you know, only so many coders, so many animators, so many 3D artists, etc. You know, we can only focus on a certain amount of things at a time, obviously, to make sure that is under control and, you know, polished, stable, goes into the game, and then we proceed on that list. But again, like I said, we hope to be able to expand that team to catch more of those goodies down the road. Do you think the server will be able to handle a massive influx of new players, like, for example, at launch, or maybe an explosion in popularity? Will there be ever a need to add more servers? Peter Sock. So that is a big question, obviously, that we have been focusing on quite a lot. And we do have a very solid plan to expand and handle this as good as we possibly can in our setup, in our vision and goals. So yes, we, you know, when we did the stress test, we had some very important things that we needed to figure out during those stress moments, to read the data, go through everything and see where the different caps are and how we need to set up the server structure to be optimal for the largest possible population. There's a few different components, obviously, that kind of restrict a few things, and one obvious thing is the physical land space on Mirland. If you imagine a few thousand players there, eventually over time, you know, depending on how many, that big continent gonna start to feel crowded, right? I mean, already now when population have been growing, you know, quite steady, we see a lot of action going on in pretty much all cities, right? And then obviously when you go straight out to the wilderness, depending on if you go on traditional straightforward roads towards things, you may run into people every now and then, right? But if you go straight out in the wilderness, where it's meant to feel like a wilderness without crowded people everywhere, obviously, you know, there's a small chance that you run into people there if you really want to get off the radar. And that is, you know, also something that we want to have as an option in the game. And also we need a lot of land space for people to build houses and cities, because we know that that is something many people may want to do sooner or later. It's a end game content for a lot of players to build their base and, you know, start collecting things and decorate them, create your own unique home or city. And that also means we need a lot of land space. So obviously that is one component that will kind of sooner or later make it crowded if we get a lot of players. So that means the natural step there forward is obviously to add the additional continents that allows us to instantly double the amount, pretty much, and allow us to get more players spread out. Because also obviously one component is if you're in a crowded city and there's hundreds of people on your screen, obviously that is also an impact on your client performance, right? So depending on your hardware. So we do need a large world to spread them out and give all options to build and have fun. So that is one component that is kind of the first limitation, I would say, right now, because what we have solved is, like we mentioned, we don't have a hard cap on how many players we can have in one location, because we can add additional nodes, hardwares. Similar setup as EVE Online is doing. They have one world server, as you know, and depending on performance and cost in different regions, they can expand that. And we have built something similar to Mortal Online. So that means we can expand pretty much infinite amount of havens, and that allows us to get in as many players as want to play the game, pretty much. So that means if there's an explosion, we may just have to start additional servers to be able to handle that data. But like I said, there are these natural limitations on when Milan is getting overpopulated, and performance may go down for the players because there's too many players, pretty much. That is where we need to push for additional continents. So it's in that order. But it's also important to remember that, if we have like 100,000 players, active players, that doesn't mean that we will have 100,000 players in the game simultaneously. That never happens. A very rough indication could be like a tenth, So that means we're talking about 10,000 players that we need to handle in that case. But yeah, obviously, if we grow quickly, there's a growing demand to get into the game, because one of the things also that we're talking with Steam about to make sure that we can handle a release, and we want to prioritize the players to make sure that they can get into the game and play around and enjoy the game and don't have to sit in queue for days, right? And one natural way there, if we see that it's getting way out of control in a positive way, that we get so many people want to play it and buys it, we may have to pause the sales and say, look, it's going to be too long queue time to get into the game or something like that. And that could be, taking down the gaming experience. So that allows us to actually pause the sales. Because also, when the game is new, fresh, people may play a lot initially until they, fell asleep. And then they start to play more normal gaming sessions. So there's always this extreme rush of players initially, and then that usually goes down to more normal playing session. So we just have to be on our toes and follow the progress in the initial days or even weeks, and then just follow that from there on. How to try this game out? You can pre-purchase the game currently on Steam, and that gives you instant access to the closed beta. That is how you can try it out, and your character is 100x speed up. So it's actually a good time to play around with different styles, test things, what you enjoy or may not enjoy. Because when we go release, that's going to go back to the normal gain rate. And everything wipes when we release the game. Balric with the subscription. Thank you, man. 5 months. Always streaming when I'm at work. Bastards. Yeah. It's this time, And Bratwire with an additional gift. Thank you, man. Any plans to reduce shrink potion for use on mounts? I'm not sure about that. Not sure about that. Additional gift from Bratwire. I'm behind here. I'm trying to catch up here. When's the Mage Armor coming? So let's see. Is it not on the roadmap? Yes, it is. The end of December patch includes the Mage Armor, guys. Might is the fisherman. Yeah, we will see. We will see. We add more plants. In the world, you mean? There's a few more things coming into the world, but what we're also working on is getting those missing plants, pickables in the game as well. Can you tell us a bit about the MK expansion? Will there be a drop off to Mage Valley, more camps, a dungeon nearby or so? So we're working on upgrading the city a little bit, more on Curse specifically. Polishing on that city, making sure it's really nice looking, fully finished, one of the capitals, right? We are looking to do some tweaks on the terrain. We know that the backdrop was quite important and frequently used by the player base. We don't want to make that apparent because it was never really meant to be an obvious backdrop. But again, since nature had its own way of finding out these different things that players could utilize in interesting ways, we want to try to recapture some of that as long as it doesn't break something of importance. And this may be one of those that may be finding its way back, but more in a hidden way. And then there would be quite a bit of pickables, resources distributed, and animals and creatures. And there would be some type of locations, camps that is nearby as well, with humanoids. That is like a small threat. So some of that is going in around the MK area to make sure that that is also a solid capital to start off from. There would be interesting things in its nearby biomes. Kurt Beats, thank you for subscription. And chance down the line, the armor system will be more like original Mortal. I like mix and matching shoulders and gloves and boots and not being connected to pants. We have talked about that before, and so we explained the reasons why we made it like this in Mortal 2. But it also, there is the opportunity for us in the future to possibly split up some of these parts if we see that beneficial still. Like I said, it's both performance-wise but also visual-wise. Now when we kind of push the visuals 10 times, we want to make sure everything fits together, looks believable and works without too much clipping and going through and all that. That is a big challenge when you mix and match so many different complex pieces like our new armors are. So those two important areas kind of made us decide for that we went for these 5 pieces instead. But like I said, we may have room to split up maybe shoulder pads or gloves or something like that in the future to give a little bit more options to fine-tune. But we also refined the sliders for when you create something from heavy to light, so you can have better control of building a perfect weight armor set up for your style. That was also lacking before, but we have refined that, so you have more control over that. So that slider is an important component to build that perfect weight for your character. But we will see in the future if we want to split up additional pieces. Is possible to have a more dynamic placement and not static? Yes, there are already a few different types now, and there would be additional, additions on that, I would say. I think we need to have a multiple Steam fishing tournament after release. Do a big community thing with Sutner. Yeah, sounds fun. I'm in. Would you have the gem cutting etc. be added anytime soon? We don't have a time frame for that yet. We need to design quite a bit when it comes to those crafting systems. I need Matt's input there, and so sometime after release, we don't have the date yet. Dragon magic after necromancy, yes. So there's a few schools that are very rare and not common at all, and it won't be the one that you just pick it up and you're a dragon mage. And I can already admit that dragon magic will be one of those schools. So no, we won't start with one of those schools that I said is super rare. We will start with basic ones, and that gives a lot of different play styles and options for the players that many can enjoy. And then we will start adding some of those rare, hidden, secret magic stuff for players to explore and go deep at. New alchemy features coming along. They are on hold right now. We are way too busy polishing and getting ready for release. But we have a few of them on the roadmap upcoming that we will add as soon as time allows us. Brett Wire with even more gifts. Yeah, like I mentioned before, the rep system, we have additional options and refinement in every upcoming patch. So just wait, they're coming now in the beta. We are getting ready for release. You will see those multiple options for working on your standings in different forms and in different reward types. I will jump down a little bit. I'm falling quickly behind again. And we know the official subscription price and packages. So we are remaining on $39 equivalent to whatever that translates in the world, and then the subscription base will be $14. Pretty much a traditional, World of Warcraft subscription based model. I see Colin Young. Fortunately, I don't understand Russia. I think that is Russia. How many players would it take for you to open up the next continent? It's hard to say. Like I said, it all depends on what will be the normal concurrent player base after this many players are active players. That is obviously the determinant factor. And the thing is that I would say that the first limitation will be that when does people start thinking that now it starts feeling quite crowded. We're ready to explore more and get more space to move around on without being crowded. And like I said, we may run out of housing places, city places. And if we keep on getting more players, then obviously, just like in Ultima Line, the land space ran out of space for houses. So that pushed the house prices to a ridiculous amount of prices, because the only way you could place a house was buying from someone else. They cost like 100 times more than the shop price eventually. So, and obviously, housing, player sitting is a very big feature of Mortal Online. So obviously, we want to offer that to new players, right? And that means we need more land space. There's no doubt. So we are already preparing what is the next step, pinpointing that continent, making sure we have a proper pipeline to produce that world as efficient, as good as possible. There's a few things happening. Obviously, if we're looking to move over to Unreal Engine 5, what happens with the terrain system? There's also a few options that we have evaluated a little bit the past year. So there's a few things that we need to look into there as well before we kind of stick to how we build it. Undead Freddy, thank you for subscription. When I set up another server in NA. So what we're building is like Evil 9, one world server. A lot of features and some of the things that we're building this game for is because it's one world. And obviously we make instances and break that golden feature, then it's not that type of game rules anymore, right? So that is why we spend so much hard time, so much time into building a ping normalization system and a prediction system that makes it equal for everyone around, average ping from 9 to, quite high. So there's no reason or, beneficial thing to add additional servers in a different continent, because the gaming experience won't be much different. And we're breaking that, one world server setup, which is one of the cool features with Mortal Line. So we're going to add more of those servers in terms of continent. And like I said, we may add one of those continents on North America, and you will see for yourself. And if you think that that is beneficial for your playstyle, you can play on that continent. We will see. That is also why we had the speed of the combat. We have spent so much time in fine tweaking the combat to be working with this ping normalization. So it's same for American players and European players. There'll be a leaderboard of fishing. We should have something like that, right? That should be fun. Better start working on a new content. I feel like there will be a lot of people playing this. Bad Magic. I think you're right. There's no doubt that sooner or later we will need more land space. So yeah, our team will be quite busy, no doubt. How much we'll be able to play the game? I think I heard a subscription. Yes. Subscription based $14 a month. We receive a visit from Krampus in the beta. We would love to, but the thing is that I'm afraid that we won't have the time. Not this year. The next year we will have him for sure. That was a nice tradition, Christmas, when Krampus visits in Mjölland. But we're quite busy making sure we polish the game. We all know how important it is that we have a stable game and as polished as possible. I mean, we have a lot of content now, a lot of features, but it's also very important that the game is stable, both server gameplay feature-wise and client. So we are focusing heavily on that. Can you have an idea of how many Magic schools will be available at release? So for release, which is around the corner pretty much now, 25th of January, means that we will only have ecumenical and spiritism Magic schools available. After release, we will enable necromancy Magic school, and then we have staff magic and mentalism, and then we have quite a list there after some time. No real time frame yet. We will, after release, when we have things are going back to normal, we will update roadmap frequently to show you what to expect and approximately when. How many species of fish? I don't know how many we are up to actually, but it's a good amount. A good amount. And I must get a million suggestions. Have you ever considered a site for people to add and vote on suggestions? Yes, that is true. We have a lot of good feedback and good suggestions. And common places where we read this and gather some of that is both on Discourse and on our forums. Every now and then when we have time, we read through a little bit to see some of that. Often you have good ideas on very good quality of life stuff that we, you know, if that goes along with our design ambition, we try to make it happen. Original Steam prices broke right now, or is it intended? They are temporary, so there will be an update shortly. A lot of new player ending up red. I don't mind new system, but we need more crafting stuff outside of blue towns because strategy is too tough for them. Yeah, so one of the biggest suggestions to any new player is not to go red, not to murder innocent, because life will be tough. Naturally, that is one of the consequences to becoming a murderer, right? So the biggest and best suggestion is take it slow and easy. If you're new, don't go red, because you're gonna have it very difficult. You know, if you want to become a murderer and go red, you should know your way around. You may want to, you know, prepare to have your own house or base so you can go back there whenever you die and lose. You know, that's something to keep in mind. And you will learn that very early on, I'm quite sure. I thought Necromancy was selected as the next School of Magic. Yes, it is. Necromancy is after the third one, this upcoming one. Just add climbing skill. Not yet, found ups. Not yet. Mine is with the gift. Is there a way to transfer strongholds after they are made? Yes, we will add additional options. We're missing a few things that we're going to add that just make, you know, quality of life and more options for you to control and use your houses, like friendship, friends on your house, co-ownership, and transfer a house, so you can sell your house. You will get those options. I think not addressing the penalization and moon prediction system is such a bad design, but that is what we have done. We have built that system for this type of game, and it works amazingly well to be a one world server solution worldwide. And you know, that's how the game is. You will never be able to compare it with Quake or Counter-Strike, obviously, because it's not that type of game. That is vital to keep in mind. You can't compare it to Mordhau Chivalry either, even though many do, because it's so close and similar. But it's still a massive multiplayer online role-playing game with thousands of players. And you know, it's insane that it works so efficient, so accurate at this level. And you know, we are super happy and proud about that, because that is insane. You know, that there's nothing like it currently. And when you start to compare it with the right things and see for what it is and how it works, you know, it's as far as it can with the technology available on the market today, pretty much. But there are room for some improvement, and there are also obviously room for better technology down the road that I'm sure we will benefit from as well. But you know, it's an MMORPG, it's internet, there's flukes, you know, bad routings, packet loss. Anything can happen in this type of game, no matter what, and that may and will always affect some parts at some time in a gaming session. That is unavoidable, and that is something we just have to, you know, accept when playing an online game like this. It's unavoidable. So when you see it for what it is and understand how it works technology-wise, that's when you can, you know, start focusing on the game and enjoy the game. And you know, if you have those flukes or bad routings, you know, that's tough luck, but that happens every now and then. Provo, I responded on that. New the new alchemy feature coming along. I said that they're on hold right now. We don't have time to work on it right now. But there are a few of those effects that we will add as soon as we have time. So we need more time, guys. You guys add a tank mechanics for PvE content like a threat system or talent even? Yes, we're actually in the next patch taking the first step. So as you know, we have the clade buffs that are individual with some different buffs. For instance, the Ogmir's, what is it called now? When your strong stance, or what the hell was the name of it? When you your defense gets buffed, right? That will also taunt an enemy. The Thursa also have one when they are doing the strength buff scream. That is also a taunting, a provocative action against creatures. And Alvarin have one that almost do the opposite. It kind of reduces your aggro. So now with the next patch, you're gonna start being able to affect that more directly, controlling that. So we're getting those steps currently. And we may also refine the general aggro, tweak that a little bit as well. We know that it's a little bit confusion how it works. It's not exactly the traditional World of Warcraft aggro. So we may tweak those numbers a little bit as well. So you will have better control of how you can affect that at least. So yeah, is the aggro system finalized? So yeah, as I mentioned, you will see some of them that is tied to some of those buffs and taunts, and some tweaks in the current numbers. I mean, there's a system for it that is quite logic, but we understand the result of how you see it happening seems a little bit random, even though it's not really random. But yeah, we may want to refine it so it looks more controllable. I put release crossbow and throwable weapons sometime after release. No date yet. We have quite a list that we need to go through, decide order, and then we present the roadmap for those upcoming things. Also, if you guys sold a lot, we're considering North American server one day. So again, I think a lot of people see it the wrong way. So if you imagine EVE Online, right? It wouldn't make sense for EVE Online to add additional server in North America because it doesn't bring anything to the game, right? And the same thing goes for us. It won't bring anything. The only thing when we want to add more servers is actually when we need to populate for more players. And we may be able to place some of those continents in different regions like North America, even though the ping normalization won't make a difference ping-wise generally in most things. There are cases when, if your ping goes way out of control or have packet loss, or in a specific areas where you can notice a small delay. But swings, for instance, movement and swings is quite synchronized, and there's a prediction for it. And the server calculate that and make sure that both gets the same results at all time. So keep that in mind that it's a one world server setup with multiple clusters, kind of like EVE Online. So we will see if we place a continent on another continent. Brad's wire with the gifts. Thank you, man. And Kovacs with the gift. Thank you. $14. What of you take 3, 6, 12 month and discount? Yeah, I think we will, follow that. There's a standard setup for that, just like World of Warcraft, Ultimate Line, all those subscription-based MMOs. We will follow that standard. So yeah, most likely there will be discounts on those 3, 6, 12. The more you commit to, the more discount you get. Need some water? All right. Thank you. I got my lemonade. Needs a beer, indeed. Would you consider changing server provider to provide with better routing to and from the server? We use and pay top dollars for the world best tier networks in the world, Uton. So, and I've investigated and looked for years in seeing if there's a better provider. Currently, there's none better, but there may be later. I don't know. I just follow the progress of that. So yeah. I heard of this game though, a video by Lazy Peon, but it looks super interesting. Tarduk, yeah, it's quite a unique MMORPG game, true sandbox, and yeah, if you're looking for an exciting challenge in a true sandbox game with endless amount of features and freedom, this game may be for you. Coming from Ultima Line, Star Wars Galaxies, heavy rooted from those games. Yeah, Starlink is one of those quite exciting, technology that we could utilize a few things from to have a more optimal worldwide latency that could work even better with our ping normalization. So we will see when they have enough Starlinks in space to keep that connection stable. We will see. We are following their progress. With Giz be able to make tasks. So our buy order system is a little bit similar like that. So as a guild, you will be able to put up those different tasks that, okay, I need these resources transport to this area and I'm paying this. Kind of like a personal transportation mission, right? And we may be able to expand on that also additionally if you want to be able to do additional requests from players and be able to put up a price tag on that. So yeah, maybe if as long as it fits, we may be able to make that happen. Will it always be that you lose all you have equipped when you die? Yes, so that is a core rule of the game. So the big thing to learn about Mortal Line, because that can sound quite shocking, especially coming from other traditional theme park MMOs. But the big difference here is that your items you lose are very easy replaceable. You can create everything on your own, depending on what path you choose to learn as a character. Everything else you can't fit on your character, you can always buy from other players or trade, or even go to a trade broker to buy those things. And there's everything from cheap equipment to obviously expensive, more rare equipment. So you will learn that, carry what you can afford to lose is a good rule. And bank is a very good friend of yours. So don't feel that, shit, I lost everything. I lost the game. That is just part of the journey, to have that excitement, have that risk and reward that ties to it later on. So as soon as you die and lose your things, you can always try to go back and pick them up again if no one have looted them. And if not, you can just create your new equipment quite easily again. And you will learn this very quickly to see what you can risk to afford out in the wilderness and what you may not want to risk. And as soon as new players have adapted to this, they have that is not an issue anymore. Full loot, full PvP. That is not an issue as soon as the player kind of see the beauty of that and also how you can avoid and adapt to that. And it adds that element of excitement in the game world, danger and excitement. Will bounties be in tasks? No, there will be additional, that's a separate system, a bounty system that will be in cities, and players can add on top on that if they want to as well. So it's separate from tasks. there will be quite a bit of work on the AI aggro system and AI in general as well. I'm behind again, I see. Is Thursa rep gain intentionally bad? So Matt's designed, all the races and lore, and the Thursa is the outcasts from the society, pretty much, and they all have different pros and cons. And one of the things that Thursa have difficulty with is reputation and standings. So they're supposed to have a slower rate in this era compared to, for instance, humans that can even have a bonus rate. But right now there's a dice roll involved, and that was never intended. That dice roll will be replaced to a exact current amount. So you can always rely that if I do these tasks and work, I will always get this or that. That will change, and there will be many more options from small, easy to large, higher rewards. So that's how that's going to progress. Panda, calm down. We didn't break anything. We are in beta. We're following exact the steps we need to get reputation where it needs to be. And like I just explained. So, and when you're red, that isn't the same as being banished from a city. That's two different systems. There's a standing and there's a murder system. The murder system doesn't involve anything other than a bounty system. The standing system only determines if you're banished or not from a nation, or if you get benefits and bonuses from that nation. That's how it works. And like I said, there will be multiple ways in working towards the different standings. Can I add a spirit weapon spell to spiritism? You already decide which board and gamble games will come. Yes, so we're building a system that can handle multiple games, multiple table games over time. So that core foundation is getting in place now. And along with that, initially now will be very easy, simple games like blackjack, poker, and what was the third? Maybe roulette or something like that. And then we've seen on the board that there is good suggestions there as well, dice games and other types of games. So you guys have made some brilliant suggestions there, and we're gonna pick some of those and add over time as well, most likely. So yeah. Panda, I do understand how my game works. Thank you for the feedback. And like I said, it's not done yet. You have to wait until it's done. We're on beta. There will be things that are not done in the beta. We're getting those in place in our upcoming patches for release. And yeah, that's how it works. And yeah, if you don't want to lose reputation right now, then don't kill innocent for now if you think that is a problem, even though it takes 5 minutes to reroll a character, and you know the rules for it, that you can work up your reputation before engaging. But if you don't want to, you don't have to, right? Wait until the additional options comes into our upcoming patches. We saw a big spike in noob player killing, and that got heavily reduced along with the Rysar patch that slowed down that insane grind of reputation that allows anyone to kill anyone at any time. So right now it's good for the game as well. We've slowed down the crazy killing for fun or not fun. I mean, killing noobs, it's usually not that super fun, right? It's not a challenge. So good for the game right now, for allowing new players to have a chance to get into the game without being killed left and right, because it's free to kill them left and right because of overwhelming amount of nation standings. So good for the beta and good for new players. People want regional servers so they can play without stuttering. I mean, what do you mean stuttering? That is usually a FPS issue. It doesn't matter where the server is in the world, Uton. If your game is stuttering, that usually means that your FPS is going down, and that means the hardware can't handle it, or there is an unoptimized area or a level streaming where your client freezes, your drop FPS quite severely for a few seconds, and then it goes back to a normal state. Doesn't have anything to do with server or location at all. Can you please build a statue of your dog at castles? There will be multiple options as statues and so forth down the road. There will be quite a lot additions to use for building and designing your own cities. And yeah, maybe statues of creatures as well. Region servers. I mean, like I mentioned, it's not a regionally based game. It's a even line server setup solution. So yeah, it wouldn't make sense to design a game for something and then change that and go against it, right? So, but like I said, there are the server steps, down the road that will open up some options here. Show us more content. So the only content I had for today's stream was the new rods and the finalized Tribrat, which I showed previously as well. This little baby right here. Look at the details. Look at his face, guys. How awesome is that? How awesome is that? Dangerous, thank you for the subscription with Prime. I didn't see that. Will there be a way to get a month worth of subscription using in-game currency? No, we are not looking at that currently. Henrik, are you going to add a picture of your father in Tinram again? It's there, if I'm not mistaken. Can someone confirm? It should be in Tinram since I don't remember exactly which patch, but one of the later patch should have put that painting back in Tinram. Hi Zen, what's this game about? This is a true sandbox MMORPG, one world server solution, similar like EVE Online, that offers quite a lot of different gaming feature. Everything from heavy PvP to PvE exploration, building houses, cities, taming, crafting of million combinations of things, and a huge realistic world to explore. There's a lot going on in this game world. Heavy rooted from the old MMORPG game Ultima Line and Star Wars Galaxies. So if you have any idea of how those games played, then you're gonna feel quite a bit at home in Mortal Line. UK had some bad latency problem yesterday, causing US players to get some interpretation game. So yeah, like I said, there's one server, right? And depending on what kind of traffic and routing that happens in the world, every now and then there are websites that can show you where routings and different internet providers have difficulties in their traffics and routings. Every now and then those changes, and those things can also affect when playing on a game server like Mortal Online. So that is why that sometime that can happen when you see that, holy shit, now something is happening, and it could be a whole region, country, or even continent affected by those different routings over continents. But usually, normally, that is not a big problem. That is usually quite limited. It happens every now and then it quite quickly reverted and fixed by the different providers. So that could very well be one of those flukes happening, especially when you see, a region of players being affected in different ways. But usually it's been very stable throughout the whole, since stress test pretty much, or even Comet Beta, Alpha Beta. Quite stable. We can see all these connections. We will get active volcanoes. Yes, on Herabalter. Love to try the game, but I don't know if I will get hooked up. A try would be awesome. Yeah, so we don't plan to offer any trial now or too close to release. We will be quite busy with the release. But maybe down the road we may be looking at offering a trial on Haven or something like that. That may be doable down the road. We will see. Yeah, see, I'm falling behind again here. Will the fishing system be as good as the one in PoE? It will be even better. Even better. I'm a little biased, but I will claim it will be better. I think that getting 0 for a complete task is an accident. Yes, there shouldn't be a dice roll involved in task rewards. That will change. You can rely on the exact numbers you get presented as rewards. And there will be multiple and different ones that we're going to add in upcoming patches now. You have the ability to spin up a linked second world Tremel without the nerf. Should sales exceed your expectations? I didn't really like when Tremel hit Ultima Line, and so didn't half of the population, and then things started to go downhill from Ultima Line. And I don't want to do that same mistake. I want to make sure that the players learn and adapt to this game world with the same game rules instead, and enjoy that at its fully depth and core. We will expand the continents if we, over time, when we need to have more players on them. So that is our way to expand the game world. Add additional game continents, server continents. Online game makes a great Christmas present for friends. Just saying. Indeed, spooky, woofy. Yeah, if you are playing with friends and they are MMORPG fans and they have enjoyed games like Ultima Line, Star Wars Galaxies, Tarkov, Rust, Valheim, this could be an awesome game to play with your friends, for sure. You get rep from bandits and whatnot. You will get rep for different tasks. Like if there could be some nations that want to push out threats from risers and bandits, and if you show them proof of that, like bring them their heads, you will get standings as a reward. SpaceX will install Starlink terminals at Google's cloud data centers around the world, so might want to look into getting Google as server provider in the future. We have looked into Google servers and cloud system before. Not beneficial for us, but yeah, we will see in the future. What if there's a improvement that we can confirm, then for sure that is something we will look into. We just got our next generation servers with our current provider that we plan to push live quite soon. That will help us even further in a few areas. Chess, Q-Poker, yeah, that will be awesome to add for sure as well. Most likely we will. Will resources redistribute be done by launch? We are working on those distribution now in our upcoming patches. So one of the last patches you will see the final step adding, that. But we removed a bit to farm risers from negative rep because it was never the intention. We added that temporarily for us to test standings for nation gains. But we never intended to go out in the wild, kill someone that no one knows, and you magically get a standing reputation based on that. Doesn't make sense. You have to work for the nations, show proof or trade evidence to gain standings. And there will be different types of task givers also in unlawful cities like Kranish, Galkor, maybe Jungle Camp, and maybe some other hidden areas where you can do different jobs for different nations. So you can still kill a Ryza, bring his head, and do the proper trades to get that standing, right? That is the correct way. Are there plans to change the animal spawning rates? Unlock the final horse these days. So there's around 800 horses in the world currently, which gonna be increased, and some of them respawn quite quickly, some of them respawn quite slowly. So depending on where you go, there may be a shortage of horses spawning. But like I said, we are working on that currently as well. There will be additional creatures added to the world, and more of them, quite a lot more of them. Some of them will still be very slow respawn timer. We want to try to hit a sweet spot where, obviously if everyone is going out there killing all the horses, taming them all, there will be a shortage, and that's gonna show. You will notice that shit, they're all wiped. And that means there's gonna be a profession, a big demand for breeders. And also, like I said, that we do want the players to have kind of an impact and effect out of that outcome. And there's a business and trade around it as well. Obviously we're following the progress depending on the population and the rate of this being used. We try to tweak those numbers so it feels still like, it's still doable. You can still find them and they're not being wiped entirely and never respawning because you overhunt them. We'll also make sure that they find a way back, respawning and may change location, etc. So it's our job to make sure that the world still feels alive. Can guarantee the release date will not be pushed back this time. As long as our patches follows our plan and schedule and nothing critical or unforeseen pops out that steals our schedule or time, we're still on track for 25th. So, that is the determined factor. So as long as that doesn't change or happen throughout the last period of now, we're still on track. Will fish be location based, like certain fish in certain areas? So a little bit. So different ponds, lakes, and oceans have, first of all, different requirements for those species to live there, and as long as that is met, then there's another factor, like when is this fish type active? Is it sleeping or awake? Is it hunting or not? Obviously you can't fish it if it's sleeping, right? And another factor is, where does it live in this lake or ocean? Does it live very deep in the darkness, or is it high up close to surface? Those are also determined factors. And then what attracts this fish? What does it eat? That is obviously your bait, and then size and scale and all that. So all these determines of where you can find a fish. So as long as this fish is living in this type of lake, then it comes down to where it lives in the lake. How do you find it using these mechanics I just mentioned? So it's a very fun and cool system that follows quite a lot of logic and based on real life rules, I would say, which is real nice. We're still planning to wipe about a week prior to 25th to allow final testing, persistence testing. Yes, we plan to wipe everything, pull it down to normal rates, make sure all that is working as intended before we do the final wipe and go live. Players do start on is due to the server dying. No, it's not. The server is not dying. We see everything on the server in real-time data, exactly what it is doing and how it's doing it. And it's not remotely tied at all with the current population we have. We have different types of server doing different types of calculations. When you stutter, that usually means your client is struggling with FPS. Lag is a different thing. That is, if your connection to the server is having difficulties. So it all depends on what we're talking on here. Skaven, this is our tribe rats indeed. Holy shit, I'm super behind again. I'm scrolling down, guys. Let's see. Marcus with your raid. Thank you. And welcome. Would there be a war system where one alliance can declare war to another and they are both flagged to each other at all times? Yes, if you are in war with another guild or nation, they always have a war flag, which means you can kill them without consequences in nations. Loving more game more. Marcus the Blind, thank you. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Getting in dungeon more incur. You're getting a lot of resources, camps, animals, and humanoids, and yeah, we're working quite a bit in that area, along with a city improvement. Yes, the horses will be more normalized in this next patch, and then they will be more fine-tuned in their unique stats. We may be able to display these stats as well, so you see why this horse may be a better choice when it comes to transporting or traveling or fighting or using an MA or MC. So that is a plan for horses. I'm new to the game and I was told the skills in the game like Dominate and Beastmaster are currently unusable. Are you able to tell about the plans about those? So Dominate is not done yet. We'll work on that. We plan to enable that first system in one of our upcoming patches, still in the beta, if things goes as planned. And Beastmaster is also missing a few things, components that allows you to, fully use player skills involved with using your pets. But you have the first step. You can tame creatures today and use them quite effectively in both PvE and PvP. What's the status of the siege and territory control system? Currently, if all keeps are captured, you cannot siege them and capture them. Are you going to go back with what was in Mortal 1, or will there be changes? Will it be implemented? So we have the building construction phase right now right? And the next one we're waiting on is the furniture system that allows you to design the different floors, decorate them, and place tools and benches and all that, so you can get more use in the houses as well. And the next patch would be a pack of TC functions and the siege patch that allows you to build and construct siege machineries. And there are going to be a few changes. I mentioned a little bit about what that will be when it comes to sieging someone's keep, for instance. So as you know, we never were a fan of a timing starting when you can start the siege, and before that it's not possible to siege. So we found a way that fits better with our design and type of game, and that is that every keep in the world is going to have a supply line connected to them. And that is kind of the beginning, the start of a siege, naturally. So if enemies goes to these supply lines, destroy them, take them over, that means you're killing the supply line to the keep. And that means the keep defense will go down. So it will be from almost indestructible to very destructible. So it's up to the defenders to go to these supply lines, defend them, and you can have a war skirmish around these to prevent a siege from happening. But if you don't manage to do that, and they start building their siege tents around your keep, starting to construct those weapons to get into inside your walls and start, destroying your assets or going at the keep, that is the final step and the big step of destroying and wiping someone's base out, pretty much. So we need quite a bit more time to work through all these areas and adding a bunch of TC structures and functions that also comes with the NPCs. So that will be later after release. My friend wanted to play more now, but with new price in Russia, he can't. Yeah, he have to wait then. We will have an update in the shop quite soon again. Is there actually a way to raise rep from negatives? In this upcoming patch, we're adding more task givers in unlawful cities, and then there will be additionals in the upcoming patches. So there will be quite a few options starting from, I think, the next patch. You change your mind about taming from action skill to professional skill? No, because then everyone may have a free taming as their action profession, and that breaks a lot of the design balances we have in the game. Thanks for the response. I really enjoyed the game and community around it. Look forward for more updates. Yeah, thank you, Quinn. Will the furniture patch include crushers and grinders? Yes. Or wait. I'm not sure, actually. It will include all those working benches and tools for houses. And I'm not sure. I have to look into crushers and grinders. No, sieging is not next patch. That is after release. We need to do quite a lot of balancing testing. Obviously, the destruction of housing, keeps, etc. is very, very important, as you know, to get right. We don't want to wreck players investing by mistakes there in poor balancing the damage. I mean, we have a lot of data and guidelines from the first game when it comes to those things, but you know, a few things are changing, so obviously we need to make sure we test that properly. The furnace patch is one of our upcoming now we are working on. I know it keeps have upkeep, which is cool because it forces guild to do stuff and earn money to keep from going. Yeah, that is a natural upkeep cost tied to all buildings you construct, and also because we want to make sure that if you're taking a long break or not active in the game anymore, you are occupying very valuable space from other players that want to have that space possible. So it's a natural upkeep to make sure that you occupy your place, and yeah, it's an important money sink as well, you know, to make sure that there's always a value in money. Fine, tell us the way better way to increase rep. Yeah. You know, I do want to be as clear as possible. Obviously, it's difficult for me to keep track on everything and make sure that I respond on everything in time and matter. But yeah, I try at least to prepare you guys to make sure that still during the beta, there may be, you know, circumstances where things change a little bit. One thing goes out, one go in, to getting prepared for the whole picture and getting everything stable and ready. And yeah, sometimes it may be a little frustrating. Like now you can't grind nation standings from rises just by killing me anymore, because it was never intended. So we, you know, sooner or later we do need to take that step, right, and test it and confirm it, right? And the only time we can do that is during the beta. And now we're getting the other options and tools for it. So yeah, we will test that in next patch. Free scribing is a profession more though than an action. So an action is more like, you know, tamer. You can be a beast master, and that is like your weapon, right? You fight with your pets. They can become very powerful, and if you invest skills in that, those are your weapons, right? Just like a pure melee fighter would use his sword, right? You invest all the skills in that and use heavy gear swords. And a scriber mage, that is more a professional skill. He won't be using the scribe on the battlefield, right? So it's not that type of balance. You see now what makes sense, right? So a scribe is more a professional, like crafting and all that. Taming is an instant PvP or PvE action, like picking up magic or melee fighting or ranged, right? So you see where it comes into very carefully balancing matters. Roadmap, say dungeon upgrades. Will the series be expanded and a tribe added, or will there be a new dungeon? So we have multiple things. We're upgrading some of our current dungeons, refining them, expanding on them, adding some bosses, new creatures to some of them. And we're also working on completely new dungeons that was never in the first game either. Really cool dungeons with high challenges, from low to high challenges, with, again, new mobs and bosses. And quite a lot of them in the different patches, as you can see in the roadmap. When a craft benches fit in a house? Good question. I don't know exactly, but if you look at the bench in a city, you get a good estimate of the size. It's pretty much the same bench. And then look at your house, you know, so eye visual measurement is your best bet. So we're using like a grid system where these fits, and depending on the space in your house, you can place as many as you want as long as they fit. But as you can see, you can also upgrade your houses with additional floors, which obviously gives you more space to put benches on or anything you want. the additional house tools are coming a bit later. We can't push everything on one go, even though we would love to. We need to be, again, careful about following our roadmap schedule and maintain stability on servers and clients, and a lot of polish, a lot of bug fixes. The biggest one we have is the node line, which we all know and hate, which we obviously need to fix. And as soon as that is finished, that's when we can continue adding carefully the different things. And news and buy orders. No news other than that we require Sebastian to do some parts, a small part on the server side to have it pretty much fully functional. And he's quite busy right now with some very specific areas that he needs to attend to first of all, and then he can go back to one of them are the buy orders. So we have done the user interface for it, we have done the client side, and we have done all the system for it. But there's one area left that we need to finalize. It's not much. So, both me and Sebastian hope that we can find a way somewhere, because we know that buy orders is a big, very giving component for driving the economy in trades. So we really hope we can cover that small step in one of our upcoming patches. But at this point, I can't promise that. But yes, we need it for sure. There's no doubt that we're going to prioritize it after the requirements that we have. On Grass Cities, Gal Barag, please. Yes. Will you all fix the chest for the stronghold? Fix what part do you mean, Stain? I don't keep track of everything at this point, so excuse me if I'm not 100% up to date on exactly what you refer to here. We'll be able to place their own chest in guild houses keeps. Yes, that comes with the furniture system. That allows you to place your own chest, so you can store even more stuff there, and you will control the access to that. So everything from decoration, chairs, carpets, light sources, to chests, storages, to working benches. So you can pretty much build your home with a lot of storage and your own machineries that you see fit to, create your own little base. Rat meat, indeed. Muff, ladies and gems, enjoy the rest of the stream, and thanks, Henrik, as always, answer all these questions. Provo, thank you, and see you soon again. What is your favorite race in the game, Henrik? Ooh, very tough question. Obviously, Mats and me, back in the days, I knew what kind of game and universes I wanted to make as a favorite one. Heavily inspired from the old Dungeons and Dragons pen and paper. And then I sat down with Mats to try to design and pick those races that make sense and fits. And then we tried to make them, unique in our own way. So obviously we want to make them as cool and exciting and interesting as possible to cater as many players as possible so they can find their own favorites, right? And also one important step in Mortal 2 compared to 1 was to make all of them playable on the field, both in PvP and PvE, which we have done. And then we finally added the clade gifts that make them more tying to the lore and more unique in different ways that can make them, additionally interesting. So I think it's super difficult to choose one favorite one, because I think they all look awesome, because we worked so hard on them, so we really like them, how they look. They just look awesome. I'm very fond of the new... You've seen the Ogmir with the golden tattoos, right? That is a really cool concept in the lore that Mats created, where it's only the Ogmirs can survive this because they have a very specific skin. So it's like gold inside their skin. A normal person would have died from that burning, but the Ogmirs can wear it, and they know how to add that on their Ogmir fellows. I think it looks awesome, really cool with those golden rims, really cool. So, I mean, visually, I like them all with their different cool treats and tattoos that are unique for their clades or nations. I love my all children equally. Indeed. Kind of like that. I feel like that very much. So, you know, every now and then when I play around and test things, I always do one at a time and I cycle through them all. And I enjoy them all. So I don't know. It's also been cycling a bit. At one time, I just loved the Thursa. You know, the traditional Thursa. We start with that picture, so badass and so cool. And like I said, now I really like the Ogmirs with those golden tattoo stuff. And I really like the colors, the Vikings look. I like that. It's awesome. So yeah, I cycle through them. I'm not sure if I could pick one that is my absolute favorite ones. It's a struggle. It's a struggle. And it's awesome to hear you guys that you find your own personal favorites ones as well, because that was obviously the intention. Make them all viable and optional in different ways, and that they attract different types of styles and, you know, tastes. And I think we've done a good job on it. You're going to have like 10 characters. No, not that many. I was never a fan of having too many players as well. You know, there was some of those games when I control multiple characters. I never enjoy that. I like to invest everything in one and commit to one. And that's why I also wanted to add more value and depth in one, in our character in Mortal 2 compared to Mortal 1. But yeah, maybe I will have more than one character as well to, you know, we will see. We will see. Favorite Dungeons and Dragons race and class. You know, in the old days, I did enjoy playing a mage in that universe. I enjoyed that quite a lot. Playing this mystical mage. Yeah, I played half-orcs, pure fighters as well. Obviously, that is the Thursa, right? I played duck, very odd little creature. So again, it's hard. It depends on the style and what they offer, right? I think it's difficult, and I think we made all ours very exciting, different ways. That makes it tricky for me to pick personally, and when that's the case, I'm at least happy with the result, because it means that there will be probably you know, we already see today that there's a very even player choice on the different races. We see almost equal many groups playing currently, which is awesome. It's not like in the first game, 90% run around as Thursa in PvP. You know, now we actually see a very good variation, which is awesome to see. Dark Demon is really different from D&D, right? I saw it as the same thing. You know, that the Swedish name, Drakar Demoner, Dungeons and Dragons, pen and paper, that old classic box, you know, with the monster boxes and the magic and the thief and assassin boxes, additions and all that, you know, magic boxes. I had all of the boxes. I played a lot when we were young with a group of friends and enjoyed it quite a lot and got so much inspiration. I had all boxes and tons of books. Obviously very inspired from a lot of those skills, races, and magic. A lot of inspiration comes from that. And do you think the game is enjoyable with 300 plus latency? I mean, 300 plus, that's when you're starting to get it out of the normal range that we are calculating on. And it's not too many that is running around close to 400 latency. I think the absolute furthest distance in some remote locations in the forest in Australia is some of the worst scenarios that have peaked around 400 latency, but more, even worse, packet loss. That makes it unstable. That is not optimal for our game when you start reaching those latencies. And like I said, packet loss, the worst case, and wireless is not a good option either. But everything under 300 is fully doable within all our systems. And like I said, it's more important to have a stable connection rather than packet loss, obviously. And we're gonna get the Hurgar race back. What do you mean? We have the Hurgars. We have Hurgars and Blaines. That is the Ogmir clade family. Pretty sure D&D doesn't have duck race. I think it does. I think it does. No? I think so. That rat looks too moist. It looks cool, right? I really like the details of it. I mean, I can zoom in to an insane level and it just have more and more details. Look at it. Crazy, guys. Crazy. You know? And this is just one of the rats. There will be some... there is a rat leader, I can tell you. And that beast is gonna be pretty insane. What's your favorite edition of D&D? Oh, shit, I don't remember exactly what edition it was, but one of the classic. I don't know if it was like 90. Shit, I don't remember the year of it, but it was a classic one. Played a little bit of what was it? There was another edition, Experts edition as well, that came a little bit later that we played a little bit as well. I don't remember editions really. I have still the boxes, which is cool. I used them quite a bit when we were looking through magic and skills to get some inspiration. Cool, you are from Malmö. Indeed, I am. Are you from Malmö as well, or Sweden? Skaven, yeah, it's kind of similar. This is our take on the Ratmen, which is called the Tribe Rats. But in the first game, there was this one with stains all over body and feral ears as well. They were tall like Thursars. No, the Hurgas have always been the same. We have refined them in Mortland 2, but the size and look, general look, have always been the same. We just refined their texture in a more detailed level, refined the ears a little bit. They have they still are a little bit like a little pointy, but you know, we try to make it more true to the concept and original design of them. But it's still very close to the first game. And you can make them taller. You can make the Ogmirs taller, but they're traditional smaller. There's a spectrum of min max, and it can never be as big and tall as the big humans or Thursars. Malmo, nice. What's the next playable race? We are not really revealing or discussing anything else than the 10 races we have currently fully focused on. In the future, there are, roads that leads to some different things, but it's way too early, so nothing we should mention at this time. Want to balance taming so that people don't fight with pests, then make all attacks require beast, mouse, or beast influence. If you don't have those skills, you can fight with it. This is on top of the CC ACC that is needed. We have very solid plans on how we want to add more player skills involved with using pets successfully on the field. We simply need the time to reach all those steps. So for now, you can parry all animals. Some of them will bleed through, some of them will not, and that is like a baseline. We'll be seeing the Great Okumura again. You will see, Warden. You will see. Quite a lot of the old ones from the first game is, you know, coming back in Mortal Line 2, just refined and improved. Is there any lore about lycanthropy or vampirism in Knave? There are some of it, but we have some specific rules, and there's a few things we need to decide as well before we kind of more go public or show whatever we want to have in our universe. So I need to have a few more meetings with Mats before that can be more cleared out fully. I mean, we have a lot of inspiration from the traditional fantasy universe, as you can see already in the game, but we always try to do also a link to prehistorical Earth things and rules, creatures, and also, you know, our own Mortal Line unique approach and take and design on things. I'll play a Ratman no matter how bad it was from Lee. Ratman Mage OP. Yeah, I mean, sure. There's cool opportunities for sure to let that happen or give room for that, and we can also see how it's, you know, can give some exciting interaction between the players in that way. But it's a little bit too early for us to step into that, because we want to be careful and make sure we get this right for the long future of Mortal Line. When we'll be able to share houses? As soon as we have some time to add some of those options on the houses. Not right now. We need a little bit more time. Should I ask Master for lore behind magic? I would love to hear about how it comes into being and how it fits into the game. Yeah, I mean, we both know where that we are very inspired from when it comes to magic, and that is from, like I said, Dungeons and Dragons, magic and universe.
Oh my god.
So that is kind of a good reference. Dumpa Fanat with the gifts. Thank you, man. How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, I mean, there's also an explanation of how magic works and not works in Dungeons and Dragons in that universe, which I read quite a lot about, and I think it's quite fascinating and interesting and kind of fits our world as well. But yes, Mats is, you know, responsible when it comes to explaining the world and lore. He is very talented when it comes to creating a believable, exciting universe. So I mean, everything have an explanation and information and lore for sure. And Mats is the mastermind behind all this.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one. That I can play Mount Beastmaster Ranger like build in Borderlands 2. Wasn't quite viable in Modern 1. Yeah.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Yeah, we don't plan to change taming from action to profession. Like I said, for very important balance reasons. But there will be additional work on your pet and how you use them for using them in fighting.
Oh my god,
And balance
another one. Another one.
Villas should get a running endurance passive buff, can't outrun dwarfs. Yes, Villas can outrun anyone. The difference is not that huge as was in the first game, because speed was king, and that eliminated 90% of the options in the game. So now we have 100% options in the game, but your Villa can still outrun anyone. It's just that it isn't that insane that it becomes king again and outplays everything else. You still have to be careful, react in time, keep the distance, be careful, but you absolutely have the speed bonus, no doubt, if you build him in towards a speed bonus.
Oh my god, another
Rain
one.
Spike, thank you for the subscription. Like your pet's gonna be very weak without Beast Mastery. Yeah, so with Beast Mastery, that allows you to unlock their powerful attacks. So if you don't have Beast Mastery, the animal you have tamed will only use common to light attacks. If you learn Beast Mastery, you will unlock the heavier and all of those, you know, powerful attacks from the creature as well.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one. Speaking up, D&D magic workings will more learn to have spellcasting schools that relies on a tournament to a deity, god, etc. We will have a god and religion system that Matt's have been designing, you know, since the first game, but we're not fully done with it, and we never got the opportunity to actually implement that system in the game. It's quite an exciting and cool system that we plan to have sooner or later in Mortal Line 2. But at this point, I don't know when and how that exactly will affect the game world and the players. There's quite a bit of detail to go through first. Will Beastmaster make my horse stronger for MA? No, it will only unlock powerful attacks for your pets. And since your horse is not an attacking pet, it won't make a difference in that case. How does it feel to hear yourself saying another one all the time? Feels alright, alright. I mean, I thought it was a brilliant mix from that guy that made it for me. So, of course, I wanted to make use of it when he spent the time to make that awesome little mix clip. And it's, you know, it's catchy, right? I hear everyone now and then saying another one the same way, like it's catchy, right? Summon gods and smite your enemies. You know, yeah, you will be able to worship someone, and that kind of worship, if that reaches a certain level of strength, that may become an entity in the world. And that is the cool part of this system, that we have some really cool design behind it that I really liked. But there's quite a few question marks that obviously needs to be ironed out, and how it affects the players. And also, of course, we need to make sure that balance is always a key factor here. But yeah, we really want to have that in the game sooner or later. Will Mulvas be similar to Modern 1, where it's a decent mount pet beast of burden all rolled into one adorable smile? So yeah, Mulva bees were quite effective when it comes to transportation, being quite strong as a pet when fighting, yes. And that will be similar bonuses in Mortal Lion 2. It will have its size and strength capacity in those areas, yes. But you will also be able to mount it and use it as mount, but obviously it won't be as effective and fast and agile as horses or lycaators. Lycaators is the agile, steep climbing mount with decent speed, high jump abilities. So yeah, they will all have their strength and cons for sure. Other one. Will there be breeding of animals? Yes, there will be after release. It's an important profession because it's also when there will be a shortage of creatures like horses in the world, if they've been killed and all tamed and removed. A breeder may be able to supply that. So if a guild say, we need 20 horses for guild, we have a mission to do, then you may want to talk to your local breeder that can start that motion going to produce those mounts for you. If there's no one in the world or tamers that are available. So we want to find that room for that mass production of creatures for breeders, and tamers should still have their very important area when it comes to going out and finding and taming new creatures. Can you give a comment on where the MMORPG market is going now? What area is losing players today, and what do you hope the MMORPG market will go? Dumper Fernet, good question, and a big question. I mean, we can only look at the market. I mean, MMORPG got a quite nice boost along with New World. I mean, New World, Amazon, the whole world have pretty much had their eyes on their big game, their first released MMORPG game. A lot of marketing resources went into that, so they done an amazing job to reaching out to everyone, and a lot of people bought it and played it. And then obviously the next question is, how will it perform down the road within a few months from now and in the future? That's a difficult question to answer at this point. We've seen that obviously they've also been struggling with the release in different ways. Some of them we recognize as being a new team, their first product, even though they have veterans in the team. But it's clear to see that this is their first game, pretty much. It's going to be interesting to see how that turns out down the road. Final Fantasy have been very steady, growing and taking quite a bit from World of Warcraft. That's been interesting. So it's clear that World of Warcraft is not the only Soul King to rule them all in a insane amount. I mean, it's still a big MMO, right? Solid. But it's interesting to see how Final Fantasy struggled quite a bit initially and then have been becoming extremely successful and having a very large player base. New World started with a very large player base initially, been dropped quite a bit. It's going to be interesting to see what happens in the future. But these are all theme parks, right? Trying to be the king in the theme park era. And I think it's very exciting and a very amazing opportunity for us to be taking the lead in the sandbox era, because like we talked before, there's really nothing when it comes to a true sandbox MMORPG on the market, but we can see a lot of demand for it. We can see games that have similar mechanics that are growing rapidly and becoming very successful and popular. And more people that finds about Mortal Lion 2 have a very strong voice and opinion, and that is that, wow, I never heard about this. What the hell is this? I'm super glad I found it. And a lot of people get very excited for getting into it and learning more about it. And that kind of shows us that I think that the sandbox era could be, be a very exciting thing on the market. And maybe some others may follow that lead eventually, and there will be more options for sandbox MMORPG fans out there. I mean, the first MMORPG client-based in the world was a true sandbox game, Ultima Online, back in '96. And, it very quickly got like 300,000 active players, which was insane amount of players back then. That's when you were dialing up with a modem, use credit card and internet, which was a big no-no. And with those factors, they still did those amazing numbers. And since then, there's never been a really true successor that kind of fill that big gap in demand on the market. And like I said, the new type of audience that are looking for something new, fresh, cool, they see these mechanics in games like Torque of Rust and other games, Valheim, and they just seem to be very excited to hear that there's actually a MMORPG coming out with those core rules that is very different from New World, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy. And it seems to be a fresh take, and it's a good opportunity, good timing on the market to get Mortal Line out there on the market. So I think it's exciting time, at least for the genre, especially sandbox, hopefully. But yeah, it's very difficult to speculate in the future. Our numbers and the feedback have been way beyond our expectations so far, and it's super exciting. And yeah, also like I said, thanks to New World and Final Fantasy, they are keeping a big interest in the genre of MMORPG, to making sure that there's a interest in it, which I think is awesome for the genre, because it's an exciting genre, right? It's very different from all other games, being social with players, or having wars or trades, and the different types of engagement is quite different when it comes to a large scale of players and population compared to most other games, online games that are more limited to multiplayer games. But yeah, multiplayer games have always been very exciting and successful because there's open up to so many new gaming experience, because you're engaging with other people, right? And being able to engage with people around the globe is even more exciting, I think. All the different nationalities, different languages, it's just awesome to connect them in a game like Mortal Line. So I think it's going to be an exciting future for the genre, and hopefully the sandbox will make its way on the world map again, and have a very exciting future. Maybe some of the giants will follow and see that, holy shit, there's a demand. A lot of people want to play a game like this, and there may be even more options for us, because it's quite really ridiculous, right? There's like 100 WoW clones, and there's not a single true sandbox game. That's crazy. Fair enough. Need to test more clearly. Jump height and less fall damage. Great insight. Whoop whoop. Appreciate the comments, man. So excited for launch. Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's interesting to discuss it, right? We all have some different views and opinions on it, but I've always been very passionate about this genre, especially sandbox ones, and been following the genre since Ultima Line, and seeing all these WoW clones going up. And I understand why they do WoW clones. Big companies wanna be the new big king, and also seen very clear pattern of why many of them not making it, and also seeing the clear pattern of why we struggled so much with the first game, and how we can improve and fix those issues, and also having a better timing when going out with Mortal Line 2 on the market. So yeah, I don't think it could be a better timing and better setup for our opportunity to go live. So it's going to be very exciting. Will female creatures be introduced when breeding be released? Asking friend. Yes, Tech, it will. We need both females and males when breeding goes live, or it will be very difficult to breed. It's sad. Would be great to get market info in English as well. I'm a little shareholder, but we're interested. Yeah, are you English speaking, Dumpa Fernet? I thought you were a Swede. But yeah, it's actually the share owners have been growing abroad in America as well. Quite a few big ones stepping into Star Vaults, being share owners. So that's exciting and cool to see that as well. Not just the the hardcore Swedish investors being share owners in Star Wars and more. We see we're actually over 5,000 share owners now, so we've been growing quite a bit. Good trade, good volumes on the market as well, so that is also very exciting. So yeah, it's yeah, we everything we write, obviously we have the demand of how we write everything on Swedish and post that live, and of course it's not the best to use Google Translation. You can get most of the information out of it, but yeah, obviously it's not perfect. We will see if we can kind of expand on that as well to get more international when it comes to communicating like that as well in English. So I fully understand that demand on having it on proper English as well. I struggle with my time. Everything, obviously I focus so much on the team, the development, and everything around that, and then obviously we have all the reports and etc., everything around the company on the market, which also takes some time for me, which I try to also see if I can offload from my table if we get more resources, so we can, so I also can dedicate more specifically on the areas I want to focus on the most. Would be great to get marketing. Yeah, okay. Will there be a PM about Epic tomorrow? You deserve the best. Peers, I think that we will see if we can make an update on the market. A lot of things is happening, and I know that obviously the market is always very hungry on updates and what's going on, and getting the information from Epic Games have been very exciting. It's an acknowledgement of we have done something exciting, amazing, and they believe in it. And so we will see how I will continue to communicate with an update possible. And chance on how sharing and shared access to chest inside will come with the furniture patch. I don't think it necessarily comes with that patch. It's quite separate functions when I look on the developers. So we will see. We will see. Yes, Swede, but my international friends can't read Swedish. Indeed. Now that Starbucks make money will transition to Nasdaq happen next year. Utan, good question. It wasn't that long ago we moved to NGM stock market, which have been very good for us because now we're actually making money on the trades. So we actually are happy to see big volumes being traded. We didn't get any money from that in the old market, but now we're actually getting a decent amount of money from trades. So that is awesome to see, and that's how it should be, right? Obviously we should be happy to see big trade volumes rather than the opposite. In the opposite, in the old market, we actually had we had a cost with all trades, and that's it. And if we then had little money, then we didn't like big trades, and that is quite counterproductive, right? Quite bad. So I'm very happy to be on NGM market, to actually making a profit there. And Nasdaq would be the next big stock market. It's quite much larger, and they have a few requirements, if I'm not mistaken, that we need to fulfill to be able to be listed on that market. And that's usually when you're a bit larger. I don't remember if you had to have like 500 million Swedish crowns as an evaluation, and we have actually been close to that lately. So, we slowly getting close to actually could be listed on that market. But right now we don't have that as our main focus, and we're happy on NGM right now, and we just have to see, with the future after release, the transition from being a pure development on a development with limited income to a release phase to handle and running and maintaining a game and expanding the companies, the plans, and then we will see what's the natural next step from there. Will you be joining an established guild or will you playing solo? How man of the developer or actively playing the game? You know, obviously I always need to consider that how does players see me engaging in the game. I mean, there was always already one thing that I can clarify now in this stream. So as you know, in my previous stream when I did a house patch, I was flying around to anyone that wanted to invite me to their keep spots so I can take a look on what they have done and look at the view. I enjoyed it very much. And I just logged out in the last keep and that's it. And then I logged in and I ran down from the keep because, you know, I want to make sure that they don't think I'm a spy there because I didn't know what character there was. And then I was AFK working on my other monitor. And after, I don't know, an hour or two, I went back to the game just to see that I was killed. So I thought, okay, they didn't want me there clearly, so they killed me to remove me. And then I got some angry messages from a guild saying that I was, you know, playing with that side or something ridiculous. And I was, what the hell's going on? I just logged back in and was killed. Apparently there was a little conflict between those guilds and they saw me AFK there and killed me and thought that I was apparently playing with that guild or something. And I always want to make it super clear to anyone that I will never ever, and that goes for the whole team and GMs, we will never ever participate in guild conflicts or know what's going on because we simply have never had the time. We're not as involved when it comes to who says what kind of conflict goes between the different guilds and so on. That's between the guilds. I love the game and I do want to play it, but obviously I will never take part of secrets, revealing something, because that's one of the things that I enjoy the most, to see if the players discover on how they decide the fate of those secrets in the game. I think that is super exciting personally. So obviously I can never participate in go to secrets and participate in that. I would just play it more casually, run around and enjoy. I can always fight. I mean, I've been fighting quite a lot in our different fighting groups when we have done events and tests, as you may have seen as well. I enjoy that, and I enjoy exploring the world, running around, and I also can enjoy RP, meeting people and socialize. So obviously I will not really engage in, like I said, guild conflicts in that way. I may start a small group. I have some close friends here that also want to play the game. We may play together, play around, and enjoy the game. So yeah, I hope you understand what I'm trying to explain here. The same goes for the whole team, and obviously GMs. GMs are not allowed to play because they're external hired GM masters only to support and maintain services in the game. They're not players. So that is also very clear and important. And as devs, obviously, you know, some of us want to play a lot and enjoy it a lot, and some of us, you know, play a little bit and jump in every now and then to test some things that they may enjoy. You know, some may enjoy fishing and just going for to be there and fish in the game. And I enjoy a lot of different things in Mortal Online, so I do want to play the game. I do want to enjoy a lot of different areas. And if people invite me to participate in some events or, you know, visiting your future keeps to see what you have designed in the keeps, that's something I would love to do, because I know that you guys are super creative and I can't wait to see what you make out of your homes, right? How do you design the different floors? I can't wait to see that. We're just giving you the tools for it. So if you guys want to invite me to check that out, I would be happy to see that. And maybe I can do it on a stream. Let's see. But obviously when we're live, you always have to consider that if enemies are coming or anything happens within the game, that is on you and your decisions, right? I'm never, you know, changing that or interfering with that, obviously. So then I could basically play the way Almighty is placed in Legion. I don't know how that is. Name yourself, not Henrik, easy fix. Yeah, but the thing is, it's pretty interesting. Just like someone said, even though you kind of if you have started a new character or something, over time people start to suspect or know who is who, because it's interesting depending on the different styles and how you react, and especially if you talk, right? It happens so much in the past that people recognize who's who eventually. I played on many characters in the first game with different fresh graded one new names. Didn't take long until some of them said, I know it's you, Henrik, which is quite amazing. But yeah, like I said, in some cases I won't hide when I'm running around, and maybe in some cases I may have a character that is a no name, and I may run around and do things on my own or with random players, like I've done so far in the beta. I jump in and play around, and sometimes meet people, random people, and play around with them. We have done some trips to dungeons, and anyone that want to participate or may be there, you know, I may play with. There was no hate from Legion. We were happy you were there and tried to resurrect you, Mortaline. We're actively trying to recruit you. We don't need secrets. We want celebs. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, obviously, because I don't know if that was a joke from some people, or if they actually thought that I was, you know, secretly helping one side or something stupid like that. I would never ever do that. Just think about it. How would that benefit my life, work, and goal creating Mortal Online? And how would that benefit the game world? Absolutely the opposite, right? And I would never ever be that stupid to ruin my life, hard work, right? It doesn't make sense. Just think about it. And that is also, you know, one other thing. I will probably never be able to enjoy all the magic parts. I mean, especially secrets and recipes. Obviously, I can't go there, find them first of all in a sheet, right? That's up to the players. They determine the fate there. So I can never go around and have that kind of mystery feeling, which is a little sad, of course. But I at least get the enjoyment out of that. I know all those things there. I get a lot of enjoyment of creating that, and the enjoyment of seeing how you react to it and how you decide the fate of it. I get a lot out of it from that. Meeting the Blaine in Pizza Hut was maybe one of the best streams I've watched. Tooth Rob, yeah, that was really funny. That pizza guy is awesome, high energy, and he really do some fun streaming as well in the game. And yeah, it was awesome to find his little house construction and having that little interaction with him. And that is the cool part, I think. I just love walking around in the world using VoIP, finding people. You know, in many cases they have no clue who I am, so I can get that player experience as well, which I think is really magical. I don't know if that girl that met me on the horse knew who I was, but I was, you know, playing like I was a new player just to see how they react as well. But I think she was not new, right? So I guess she knew it was me. And you should play as a god messenger. How does someone play as that? This is the way. Indeed. Indeed. Thank you for the subscription, Trayton. Thank you so much. Make a dev guild to unite the server against a strong or evil. Like I said, there should be a church with Henrik statue to send tickets to GMs. Are you drinking Vitas? What the hell is Vitas? What kind of drink is that? No, I'm just drinking some lemonade. Also, 100% agree that the gods of this world should be GMs. Creating a ticket is just the player praying to their god to teleport them out of the rock when they're stuck. Yeah, I don't know. Trick one. We actually weren't sure it was you. We were just longbowing humanoids through the gate and didn't realize until our spiritists saw your ghost. Master Batman. I see. I mean, yeah, of course. No bad will taken or no offense at all from my point of view, just to make sure. I was visiting that keep and I logged out there because after that 7-hour stream I had, so I didn't have the time to leave. And when I logged in, I was quite busy working at the same time, so I had no clue what happened in the background. And it's fine that I died and got removed. It's perfectly fine. Missed it. I apologize if there was a question. When will they add crafting tables that can be installed in private buildings? As soon as furniture system patch goes live in one of our upcoming patches. I don't have the exact which one currently, but we're working on it. Legion didn't like it, Eric. Then we would have carried him through Night Queen. We would have killed him along with all the other Kodo. All right. Our Clade gives pretty final. So in this next patch, there's a few tweaks, minor tweaks to the stats, and there's one quite important additionals to all the small cooldown buffs that all have, that also have some effect in aggro right now or in the upcoming patch. So that is also happening and quite important because that gives you more tactical tools when fighting different AI bosses, etc. And that gives you more tools to actively work on the different aggros. You can save each other's and change that outcome. For instance, the strong stance when you have defense buff as an Ogmir, you also add aggro to AI. So, again, we're trying to build very sophisticated, exciting PvE moments, especially on tier 2 bosses and tier 3 eventually. And we're trying to add a lot of depth and tactics. So at first sight, it may look like, it's just chaos or difficult. But at second case, or the further you discover, you may find weakness or tactics how to defeat certain bosses, etc. I mean, for instance, I've seen the fight against the Minotaur King, right? And I saw a cool video when a huge group went there to fight it, and I was quite surprised that things have changed, right? Because we're adding those components now when you need to start working as a team, figure out the tactics and be successful or be wiped, which that group was. I don't know if there were like 20 people that all got wiped by the king in very violent, cool ways. So all of a sudden you get more tools as well. You can use some of these buffs to engage and play successfully and effectively. We just add on that, so it's very exciting, I think. So you can expect that on the Clade gifts. But overall, yes, now they're more or less the baseline they are where it's supposed to be. From Australia, Celsius Race and Snow Roller, they drink cranberry juice and hembrand. Ah, okay, I see what you mean. No, not really. It's just by lemonade, nothing exciting. Are new weapons going to be racially themed like the Riser weapons? Can we expect Satyr and Elvish weapons? Yes, there will be different clothing, armors, and weapons from all the clades, inspired from their styles and religion and lore. So yeah, you only seen a fraction so far, right? Most is quite baseline, quite a bit from Tindramic Empire, a little bit from Karites, right? And yes, you saw one from the Risers. And yes, you will see from Ogmirs really badass, tanky armor gear and tanky weapons. and you will see the more light, sophisticated Alvarine gear for sure. So yeah, it's just all a matter of time. And also, obviously, if we add the Urmathar, the Alvarine continent, along with that, you will see more of their style, like some of their gear, weapon, crafting recipes. So you can also, go deeper in that style theme. Will there be world events? Yes, there will be invasions, there will be attacks in different forms, and there will be threats against the different nations, and you can choose to participate or not, or be in between, or even be in one of those conflicts in different forms, and there will be different rewards and different challenges for sure. The swimming will be fixed before release so we don't get pulled on by water spirits and drown while naked without swimming. So there's quite a few logical rules around swimming. If you are overloaded carrying very heavy plate armor, you will sink. It's like you're walking on the water. And you won't be magically be able to swim no matter what if you go over that weight. That's just how it works, right? But what we will tweak on, yes, to make it more convenient is there's a little clunkiness when it comes to swimming and the swimming edge when you leave it. And also, yeah, when you are overweight, you kind of sucks down to the floor, and it doesn't really allow you to walk up, right? It kind of pulls you down like a magic. So you have to throw out the heavy stuff to be able to swim up again. That is quite junky when it comes to that you can't even walk up. It's like that function we want to change and make sure that, yes, you can't swim and up to the surface, but you can at least walk. If you're close to shore, you can at least walk out of the water. That part is not really functional right now, we wish to fix that part so it feels more logical and you can at least walk out of it if you just very close. Because if you just falls down in the water and you're very close to shoreline, you just gets deeper and deeper out, right? Maybe it makes sense if there's a strong what's it called, a strong yeah, you know what I mean. But logic in a small pond or lake, you should most likely be able to walk up at least. Can be a little frustrating, so we will see. But again, I doubt we will have the time to go through all that now before release. I mean, there's so many areas in Mortal Island. That's also what makes it so complex. It's a never-ending story. There's thousands of features for the future, so much content for the future that obviously going to take many years, right? And since we're now starting to have all these very nice, many core, huge feature in the game, depending on the interest of the players and where you're active, you may have different priorities as well on what you want to have improved or added or expanded on first. It all depends on the playstyle, right? So we try to cover a wide scale to make sure that all the core is there and it caters for all the different playstyles. That makes a positive growing player population, and everything have a good solid core foundation before we can proceed and adding more. Really cool late game for super committed players that added to immersion a lot. Are you concerned about the possibility that if you add too many functions to housing, that towns will become deserted? It's a tricky line for sure, because yes, we don't want all the cities to be deserted, just like you said, and at the same time we also want to give the players enough freedom and tools to actually enjoy and building their own city. And why would your city be very much different from the correct city, for instance. You know, if you have the richness and power to build one, why shouldn't you play by the same rules? Pretty much, you know, we're on the same world, the same rules should apply. So it's a very tricky line because, yeah, how can we make sure that there's still, you know, life and interest in those player cities? And of course, like new players, obviously, usually start there, and it's always nice to see that there's players running around. And as long as there's a good flow of players in and out, different types, some may be solo, some may, you know, join cities, some may not. It's a tricky line, but I also think that one thing that I strongly believe in, that, you know, player trades on regional based resources is always a very core feature of the game. And if your city, for instance, that you have built can benefit and trade from any other city, like an NPC city, that means if we allow you to trade and transport goods between those, that means you will still be going there and using it, right? And then you maybe go back and using that. And that could also help showing that there's still a lot of action going on back and forth from the different cities, a lot of traveling and back and forth. That's something we want to promote and want to see that happening. So that is one of the areas that we want to push further to make sure that, okay, so your city may benefit from having a good supply line trade route with Vara, for instance. And that means you may go there back and forth with transportation, goods, and whatever to benefit your city, and you also get something in return. They get something in return from you. And that will also mean there's a traffic, right? Things like that, something I think is very healthy for the trade economy and cities. Did you know thin people can enter inside strongholds windows? I did know that, yes. I got that reported quite quickly. Nifty one. So there's a few things with that one. I mean, one thing is, I like the idea that you, as a small clade, can fit through some things. And it could be beneficial for you that you can jump out. The small ones can jump out and backstab someone or flee or whatever, you know, tactical options. While the big ones obviously can't use that. They have to rely on the other areas. I kind of like that. It's a nice, cool feature nature of the game. At the same time, obviously, we want to make sure that enemies can't abuse bad things to get in there and kind of bypass the whole purpose by having a keep stronghold. And in this case, I've seen where people may use that stock to double jump up on that little edge there. So obviously we have the edge that kind of make you walk there and be able to jump in, that we can change. And also if someone are building it too far down in the ground and there's a little hill there, then that may also be enough just to jump up. So we need to make it clear to the players to have those options and choices. And obviously we need to tweak possibly some of the measures to make sure that it can't be abused in the wrong way. If people don't know that and they're all going to be abused in that way, that will be bad, right? But you can see the strength and point of being able to, me as you guys, jump out of the window, run backstab, and we run out at the main gate. That is pretty cool tactics, right? So at one point, I kind of like that function. We just want to make sure that you as a player and owner of the keep can determine that option and have control of it and know it, so it doesn't become a critical super mistake and you lost everything. That would be terrible, right? So I hope you kind of see what I'm getting at here, that we are at least trying to go for. Pizza Guy with the raid. Welcome, man. How's it going? I missed that. I'm behind. I'm trying to read some of the questions and see a lot of stuff going on here. Never called back. What? Never called back. You never called back. What is all this, guys? Never called back. Never called back. What? What? Okay, I'm scrolling down, guys. I'm a little behind here, I see. Is the ship system mandatory before adding a new continent? So we have a few options here. So we have Harabalter, and we have the bridge over to Sarduka and then Nordvelt. They are kind of connected to Milan continent, which means you don't need a ship to travel to any of those if we decide to open those. Omathar, Lycator, is a remote continent. We have the Sunken Island continent. Those, and we have some islands. Those you need sea travel to reach. So naturally, to deploy those, we pretty much want ships and boats, right? To make sense. So that is our options. We can instantly start on Harabaltor and Sarduka because they are connected in a way. And I think that will be the order we're looking at. We will be working on ship system quite soon after release. So obviously, depending on how that goes, we may have one of those open sea areas, to promote ships even further. That would make sense, right? There will be siege engines. Yes. That will be the effective way for you to actually destroy keeps, walls, and cities eventually if you want to go into war. Not going to be cheap and quick, but when you're war and that is needed, then those are the tools. Aware that tasks aren't giving rep every time. Yes, there's a dice roll, and we don't like dice rolls. That's going to be removed. It's going to be a 100% reward that you can count for. So yeah, that will change. I'm not sure when we will have the fist weapons caps. We will see, but not for release for sure. It worked, literally did, just to confuse you, piece of guy. I was quite confused. I don't know if that was something new or what the hell was going on. Trick one. 40 is the pre-purchase. Jeez. Indeed. It's a price for our game. 16 years of hard work have been spent into this, and hopefully we will be able to make a living, be successful, and continue to build on this one-of-a-kind game. And somehow we need to start making some money. This is our living and our work, full-time work. So we need to cover our expenses somehow, salaries, paying the servers, the developers, the support, the GMs. It costs quite a bit. Will there be boats? Yes, there will be boats for sure. You will be able to construct them yourself, a little bit similar like house constructing. So you will create from small to big, huge ships, and you can become a pirate if you want. You can go hunt treasures on the water and fish monsters or different things, and you can put siege machineries on your boats and have wars against other ships. So it's going to be a lot of cool content for sure in the future. And a whole base with a underground section. You can have like a moving guildstone base with your assets in the ship as well. So really cool stuff going on there. And real life sailing rules with reading the wind and all that. And upgrades available. Secret weapons on your ship. Gonna be very exciting. Assuming siege engines be in place, we can't destroy houses or anything even with 50 players with messing malls beating it for 4 hours. Yeah, and that is by purpose. So the big thing is when you're constructing something, the defense is quite low, which means there's they're weak against hammers and skirmishes. So that's how you can destroy something more effectively. And you have to be careful and defend when you're building. But when it is fully constructed, then yes, it has a lot of hit points and it has a high defense value, which means it's not practical to bash it down with hammers, and that's by purpose design. So obviously the way to do that effectively is by building siege machineries. And that is planned for after release. We have TC, a big patch of a package of TC functions to allow you to expand your city functions. And we have the sieging mechanics. We're going to have a good package of defense and offensive machineries. And that's when you're going to be able to do the sieging mechanics as well, obviously. So that is coming in those steps after release. Reclaim be resettable on launch. Also an idea that change is gonna happen to decks. So yes, you will be able to forget clade gifts, so you can rearrange them as well. It's quite important so you don't feel that you're locked with your stats, gifts, and all that. Because we have one character, we want to make sure that you can change it all over time and have control of that. Dexterity is getting some love and bonuses, where it is also very natural. Like you will have better control of various things like on mounts, etc., where your lower dex makes you more immobile and not as effective on mounts, for instance. While if you have high dex, those will multiply the factors of a mount with those most of those stats that I mentioned a horse have now, which is turn rate, speed, acceleration, throttle, brake, and what do we have more? Different boosts and so on. There are quite a few different stats on a mount, and those will be quite affected by your dexterity as well. I'm here from Pizza Guy Raid. welcome all. So we're doing any new people in here, if you're wondering what's going on here, this is our weekly stream we do every Thursday, and we try to do some updates, show some sneak peeks, discuss some topics, do a lot of Q&As, and sometimes different events as well. And this is a good opportunity to ask your question if you're new or old. I think we need to add a backstab system. We will have backstab. We had it in the first game and we will have it now as well. We just refine it this time around. Will you guys release models to paint? Like in the past, you release metal ones. If not, could you share pre-rendered 3D models so we can print and make epic diorments based on historical dunkings? We will see. It's right now we don't really know. It's too early. We we are quite busy, as you can imagine. 30 people, we are all super busy. We have Christmas around the corner, and we have quite a bit of focus and hard work in making sure we stay true to the schedule, deliver, and polish and bug fix, and getting ready for release. That is our main priority, as you can imagine. And then we will see, hopefully we can expand, and we will, look over all the different areas, what's next on the nearby plan. Taking 75% health house still under control. Took 3k missing for a small house. Yeah, there will be some tweaks on the defense values when it's under constructed to when it's finished. It's not 100% where it should be. I know that. I noticed that as well when I was playing around with it. Can't wait when the full release is. Indeed, it's exciting and scary at the same time. I mean, it's been so many years waiting for this date, and super exciting, and things are looking really promising. But obviously, at the same time, there's always this stress, pressure. You know, it's gonna be chaos for sure. It's unavoidable. We're seeing that on all MMORPGs being released. It's a very big challenge to get everything smooth in place when that unnatural extreme strain is going on everywhere non-stop for quite a while. But we're really prepared as much as we can, and we're going to be on our toes and ready to follow up on anything for the release phase, and be as ready as we can. I'm not logging in a while now, and there are houses everywhere. Yeah, there is popping up houses here and there, which is really cool to see. Wheelchair nerf. So yeah, those fat mages, I guess, if they're running around with 10 decks to just be an amazing int mount damage dealer, there will be some cons coming with being that incredible immobile with 10 dexterity. You can still do it, but you can expect to not have as good quick agile control over your horse, which I think is logical. Master Henrik, will you guys release models? It's the same question again. Yeah, you got my response, right? It's too early to say what we can do at this point. We're so focused on our current roadmap and schedule to make sure we deliver that, so we can all have a solid release. That is the main goal currently. When will that new economical spell we were told, be added? So we will see if it's possible during these patches, but it's not 100% for sure at this point. So yeah, we have to see a little bit more. Will there be flying animals, and also that you can have them as pets? There will be flying pets, yes, but there will not be normally flying mounts. That won't be the typical transportation, because it's as you can understand, very big impact on world transportation and balance. So when it comes to flying mounts, there will be flying mount opportunities, but that I want to make sure that comes with a very specific setup, and it will be far from the common way. I'm more talking about something extremely situational and rare, if players manage and figure that out, down the road. So yeah, normally, no, you will use travel by foot in the common way. But yeah, there will be different flying creatures for sure that you can use as pets, scouts, etc. This game is big as Tarkov someday. Screen cap this. Base Bellagio. I would hope even bigger, if I may dream. I want it to be the biggest sandbox MMORPG in all time, obviously, and hopefully it will just keep on growing. The more feature we add, the more content that is exciting for more and more players. I really hope and believe that there's no limit. just the time to get there and grow. Will there be a new continent? There will be 5 more continents, but not initially. We take one at a time as well. So, but yeah, there will be very different continents. So the first continent we have now is Mioland, or what? Yeah, Mioland, and that is, I would say, like a more like a baseline. You know, you recognize a lot from Earth, right? It has no extreme when it comes to temperatures. And then when you're going to other continents, that's when you can go to the extremes. Like Sardica, for instance, that is our desert, extremely hot temperature continent, which requires you to use different types of gear, or you may melt in the desert. And then we have Nordveld, which is the opposite. It's in the cold north, extremely cold temperatures. And we have Lycia, Ormathar, which is, just in short, to give you a picture of what you can imagine is like Avatar, the movie. That kind of planet, extremely exotic and very off-world looking compared to Earth. That's the home of the Alvarins. And then we have Herbalter, which is, I would say, to give you a picture again in your head, is like if you imagine Mordor in Lords of the Ring, you know, a lot of lava, ashes, darkness, the home of the Rysars. Extremely dangerous, crazy creatures over there. And then we have a sunken continent. It's all underwater. So obviously you need to have a ship to go there, and you have to equip yourself with proper skills and gear to swim down this deep into the deep sea. And then there will be underwater air pockets and a whole world to discover under there, which is going to be really awesome. And then there are some other things as well, but those are the main continents that will come over time. So a lot of cool stuff to explore, and that also comes with the natural homes from, you know, the clades, and that also comes with the different themes from those clades. For instance, with their clothing, gear, weapons, and so forth. New fish types, creatures, new everything when we go to those lands. Why, hello there. I see you brought an old friend for tonight's stream. Sample info, indeed. And hello, Mats. So this is our lore genius and crafting, building developer that, you know, I've been part of this journey for quite a time as well since we started. And indeed, this is our tribe rat. So one of those that we designed back in the days, and it's simple, the updated version. Sure, I'm just gonna scale it down a little bit so we can fit a little bit more of him. Really cool, really cool. I'm worried that with all the new people joining soon, the people you used to know and love in Discord will no longer even really be heard. Also, unless there's a ridiculous amount of people playing it, will seem too distant. I mean, we always enjoy to hang out in our community, right? Obviously, we see every now and then influx of new players, new faces show up, which is nice to see them joining in as well. But you know, we recognize a lot of you guys, obviously, from over the years, with different interesting discussions and feedback and suggestions. And you know, we try to, pretty much always over the years we have done it our way when it comes to how we communicate with the community. For instance, how we do these streams every week, and we enjoy doing that and think there's a lot of beneficial in doing that. As long as that is, you know, maintainable and works for us. I mean, obviously, every now and then we need to take a break to make sure we focus on on our work, but we try to do that every now and then. I don't think that we will drop the full connection with you guys that have been here for all these years. I don't think that is possible. I mean, it's really cool as well. Sometimes I see some really old faces from, like those 12 years ago in the first game coming back, saying, wow, I didn't even know that Mortal Kombat 2 was in the making, and holy shit. And, old gang showing back up and want to regather the team to join in Mortal Kombat 2 as well. And that is awesome to see. So, yeah. And can you ask for a team to fix the flickering shadows? Yeah, it's that low setting shadows that isn't too beautiful. We will see what we can do about that. Got game a few days ago. Just wanted to say it's been great so far. Man, 6K, thank you. And awesome to hear that. And welcome to Mortal 9. Gonna be exciting with the release for sure. And it's a good time to log in actually and play around with your different builds, because you can build a character extremely fast, as you have noticed. The progression is sped up so much that it's almost non-existent. So it's a good opportunity to play around with the different clades, different skill setup, to see what you may enjoy or how you want to build your character. Because when we do go live, as you know, on the 25th of January, that's when things are going to slow down. It is after all a RPG game as well. You progress and train your character and develop him. And it's going to take quite a lot longer than it does now in the beta. So if you're interested in the game, it's a very good opportunity to get it all ready and get that, step ahead when it comes to trying out building the different characters, and kind of know what you may want to go for when we release. It's going to be an exciting race when we release the game, no doubt. It's going to be so exciting to see what all groups, all the guilds are doing. It's so cool because we have so many old guilds coming back in huge numbers and new guilds in very huge numbers. It's going to be interesting to see. Is it going to be all the old timers, those old guilds that still rule the continent, or will they be, have a competitive force from those new guilds that are having their eyes on the game and, are ready to start when we release the game? And there are also some very large old guilds that are, on track. They have it planned out, everything. They just wait on release before they start playing. So it's going to be very exciting to see all these different groups and races, what will happen, who will claim what, and who will be the first to discover and produce steel, who will claim the first keep. All those things going to be very exciting. Who finds what, all those secrets we spread around, who will discover those different armors, getting all the recipes. It's going to be really exciting. And the question is, since we add quite a lot of different secrets and content, will those even have time to look for those, or will they just be so busy going straight to keeps and evolving their character and builds? That's going to be very exciting, guys. Is this Henrik? It is, yes. Hello. Lucas.b, thank you so much for the subscription. Sorry if I'm a little slow here and behind. I'm trying to scroll through the different questions here. Seriously thinking about picking these up. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think it's very good to read up on what you're getting yourself into and what kind of game it is, so and are adapted and prepared for that gaming experience, because it's quite different from World of Warcraft, New World, and those games. But at the same time, it's so exciting in terms of just that being very different from those games. And if you have played anything from Ultima Alliance, Star Wars Galaxies, Tarkov, Rust, Valheim, then I think you're going to feel right at home without any major problems, for sure. And combine all that in a large world scale MMORPG, thousands of players worldwide. It's gonna be awesome. When will the new decks influence over mount control coming into effect? It's one of our upcoming patches, so yes, you will be able to test it around. It's part of our testing now with the horses as well. We're normalizing some of the speed now in this next patch, and then we're going to try to pinpoint those effects that I just mentioned that also gets connected to the decks. Model 1 was insanely fun, but Model 2 is a huge improvement. Hat Kid, yeah, I fully agree. I mean, Model 1 was not just a failure. I mean, we had a lot of struggle and uphills battle with that over the years. We had to release premature without a stable core foundation, and we never managed to get a stable core foundation. Unreal Engine 3 was not optimal to support our gaming features either. We struggled a lot with that, and we were unexperienced new team and did every mistake that is possible to do and run into every single possible problem that we could do, we run into. So yeah, it's been so extremely valuable for us to get the experience, get all that data, all those years, and rebuild the core from scratch pretty much, getting the new engine to work with us against us all the time, and Engine 5 will be even better in some areas. So yeah, it's kind of like someone have said before that Mortal 2 is more like Mortal 1 was meant to be when released. It's more delivered with the core foundation, and it has those features more as it was intended as well, but we couldn't for many various reasons. So yeah, there's no doubt that everything, including the core now, is so highly improved and functional, and we have that core foundation for the future, which is an amazing feeling, because we knew that we need to somehow fix all those things in the first game, and we didn't know how. And just knowing that we had a core foundation in place now is a huge relief in terms of the future is extremely exciting. So yeah, for sure. Should I play beta to learn about the game for release, or just wait? Tigmasa, it's a good question. It all depends. I mean, if you know what kind of game this is, and you know that you're gonna play it, and know you want to play it, then it is a very good opportunity to try building your character extremely quickly. We have 100x skill gain, which allows you to build a character within a few minutes, and then you can roll a new one within a few minutes to try everything out very effectively. And that gives you a lot of knowledge, which is very useful for when the game is live, because you won't be able to increase your skills in 100x gains. Then it will be a normal gain rate. So that means it will take longer to tweak around and change your builds when it's live. So I think that is one good factor. And you also need to consider that there's a few bugs that are quite nasty that we are fully aware of, that we are not done fixed with, which we are working on now, that will be fixed for release. You need to consider those things. Obviously, it's still part of the beta. But if you're fine with all that, I'm quite sure that most of the people in here can tell you what they think and what they enjoy already in the beta. I mean, I see a lot of people are heavily recruiting, getting new players nonstop, and it's really cool to see that growing, and new people just getting straight in the game, very quickly learning thanks to these groups, which is awesome to see. And that makes it very easier for them to get into it, enjoy it much faster as well. So awesome to see. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Nice to meet you as well. When we see dynamic weather in the game, we need some time from some of our coders to hook up the effects and go through that a little bit more. We have a dynamic weather system in place. It just not synced and not 100% correct in all the areas. So we need a bit more time to go through that. Will the basic spellbooks be available in the same way after launch? Yes, you will be able to buy a basic spellbook, but it won't be filled with all the spells as it is right now in the beta already. It comes with a few spells, but you also need to add the rest of the spells yourself by finding or buying or different ways. It's part of the scribe skill profession as well. So players can do it as well and trade them and sell them for you. It's part of a growing part of the game, especially with more magic coming to the game as well. So we can introduce it in a simple way with this first step for ecumenical and spiritism. Tarko, please, no rifle like in New World. There won't be rifles or cannons. We decided that we won't have those gunpowder weapons. We don't see it fitting. It's not this type of gaming universe where we want to see muskets and stuff like that. We believe more in 300, the movie, Lords of the Rings. That type of raw and style when it comes to how you fight and, move around in the world. And can we adjust voice volume and game volume separately? Yeah. That is a very good quality of life function we plan to add as soon as we possibly can in options, for sure. So you can also control the VoIP volumes inbound and outbound, and also select your device correctly without having to do it in Windows. So yeah, as soon as we can. Now that I'm also looking forward to Farmer Fisherman Roll, Hoopstauk, Dark Age of Camelot player. Yeah, I mean, that is the cool part as well. We have a quite surprisingly higher age average, I would say, in our game. And we have everything from 16 years up to, I'm not sure who the oldest one we have in the game, but we're talking about somewhere 60 something. And the cool part is also that, obviously when you want to be quick twitch skills and be amazing at PvPing, usually are in a younger age, you have that reflex and are used to those types of game, usually quite talented when it comes to fighting, right? But then we also have this whole knowledge, logistics, tactics. We kind of see a more older leader approach in those fields. And then we have a lot of discoveries and exploration in all of the different crafting skills that is also very widespread. There are those that have a lot of patience, that go extremely deep in great detail of care. And then we have, again, usually the younger audience that are not as much patient, to want to go straight to the, most bang for the buck recipes and then go straight out there. So it's really cool to see the whole spectrum of age and different styles, which is really cool and awesome. And yeah, just like you said, we have different features that also caters for all the different types of interest, and if you want to do the progression or the gaming play more slowly or more fast paced, it's up to you as a player, which is really nice. Is there any form of chat filter mute voice option for streamers? Yes, you can mute other VoIP players, and you can also obviously disable VoIP fully if you want to. So you can do that. You can mute and you can disable it. That we have at least. Got all the mistakes out of the way. Now Mortal Entity will be amazing. I personally love you for what you do, sir. Twee Crypto Dev, thank you so much. It's really nice to hear. I was really impressed by the lighting from the sun slowly getting rid of the shadow. I just wish the shadows didn't flicker, because I could take really good videos and screenshots. Yeah, Tasty Bison. Try to go up a step in the shadow settings, because you won't lose a lot of frames, but the flickering will stop. You can try that for now. skill gain is going to feel so slow. I mean, obviously from the 100 gain, I mean, now it's almost like the system bugs out. We have a few issues that the system wasn't built for, you know, getting 100 or even over 100 within 5 hits on something. So our system almost bugged out and got incredible flooded on the server side. So it was a good stress test. Imagine when those 1,000 players hit something and the server gonna add all those skills. It was like almost like a DDoS, crazy. And obviously that's quite unnatural as well. So so yeah, obviously from that going down to normal, it's gonna feel more like a progression, right? Like an RPG where you feel, wow, now I'm getting to really good punches. Now I'm getting more strong. Now I have this and that. I mean, building stats is quite fast still. Skills will be slower, obviously, and clades will be similar when it comes to the first initial levels in clay is going to be quite quick. You know, it's enough to just kill a few walkers and you're going to start getting some clade levels. But eventually you're going to feel like that scale of getting a new level feels, you know, starting to get very ineffective when just killing walkers. So that's when you want to move on to something greater, threats that give you even more clade experience. And then obviously if you're hunting as a group, you share some clade XP between each others, and depending of what kind of boss or creature it is, it may give you quite a lot more. So yeah, I would say that the skills mostly will be the big thing that feels quite slowed down. But it's also part of the game, right? Building your character, you feel that it should feel like an achievement. Wow, I finally became the master smith in this or that, and so forth, right? Quite straightforward still to, you know, to get your fighting skills going. It's quite straightforward. It's not going to be a huge grind or a pain in the ass. So it depends on what skill also, obviously. How old are you? I am 39. I haven't seen disable VoIP option in settings. Is that come later? No, it's in setting now. There is an enable VoIP chat under settings. I'm 46 and yes, played too much Dark Age of Camelot. Cool to hear that. And yeah, it sounds like you're also from that era. Did you also play Ultima Online back in the days? You know, I was young when I started to play. Back in 96, when I started to play the beta of Ultima Online, that's where everything started for me personally. This epic journey. I was hooked in this universe. And yeah, how old was I? Like 15 or something like that. Crazy. And now I'm almost turning 40 next year. I'm here from work. I don't want to pay 2 subs just to play a foot fighter and a mage, and I don't like hybrid. Yeah, it's, you know, it's a sensitive thing and quite important, and we've done a lot of work to make sure that you invest in one character and can do quite a lot more than in the first game, especially, and you invest your reputation, you invest your time and commitment, and you will also experience much better gaming experience overall, more quality experience, because player will be more thoughtful behind their decisions and how they, you know, make a famous or infamous reputation around your name in the world. So we want to make sure that you commit that to your character. And yes, we also see the, you know, the wish for having at least one more option on your account to be able to, you know, okay, I want to have these 2 very different styles and I can go back and forth. We fully see that as well. And I mean, there's a few pros and cons in this, and so we have to see down the road. We had a system that we had in mind for this as well that we call the Diva system, where you share some knowledge between them. So it's still kind of the same reputation somehow, but it kind of give you like, you have like two siblings or something, and this, share some of that and can enjoy a little bit more. And at the same time, we also, like, if someone plays Star Wars Galaxies, you had one character there, and they had the same system or a similar type of design behind the system that they want to promote, that you have to pick your race, because you have one character, and pick your style and skills and profession and class, and everything else is, you have this role, you become famous for this, the rest you trade and play with others, and it kind of fit and builds a very valuable experience and world behind all these systems. But like I said, at the same time, we see, I also struggle picking what race, what clade, what style do I go for. It's not easy, for sure. I feel that as well. So we have to see pretty much, down the road, if our system that we had in the plans for Diva system, something like that, in the plans, if it makes sense still, and if we can incorporate in the right way without wrecking, an important core foundation in the game. So I hope that kind of makes sense, at least. We can't rush that right now. It was my first online game. I was 12, I think. I'm almost 3rd now. Yeah, so it seems like we have quite a few Ultima Line players in here, and Star Wars Galaxies, and some of those order that I played some Dark Age Camelot as well, Shadowbane, and I played them all. But there was just a few ones that really stood out for me personally, and you recognize a lot of those core pillars in Mortal Line 2. I just tried to refine them even further and push it even further and make it more modern and next gen today, so it's a wider audience of players can enjoy it as well. Born in 96. Yeah, my uncle was a game master in Mortal Line. I was 11 years old and I loved the game. When I play Mortal Line 2, I feel like I'm 11 again, and I love you for that. Awesome to hear, because that is the magical feel that for me was lost pretty much after Ultima Line, and I never get to feel it again until Mortal Line. When I went there, it's strange, even though a beta now, and you haven't, that you don't have to commit 100% and everything will wipe, and you can re-roll a character within 5 minutes. Still, you can get that adrenaline rush going. It's almost ridiculous that happens now in the beta, when nothing matters, everything gonna wipe, and like I said, you can re-roll everything. But it does, and that is that cool mechanic that this game will offer. It may happen, and it most likely will happen sooner or later, even though you try to avoid it. It's kind of part of the game world, and hopefully people can see it as an exciting component, even though if you don't prefer having player fights. Assassin's related skill spells when? We will be deploying them after release. I'm playing Mortal Line 2 because it follows US path. Yeah, it does. You recognize the core pillars for sure. Like I said, we tried to refine it. Ultima Line was quite hardcore. I think that if, again, they were first out, it opened up for this, but just playing by those rules, which we kind of did in Mortal Line 1, it showed how difficult it was for the new audience after being playing World of Warcraft. In Ultima Line, you just started in a city, and that's it. And you were totally lost. You knew nothing, and it was up to you to figure everything out. And you did the exact same thing in Mortal Line. And what happened is that when all those new audience joined the game, and a lot of them, most have been playing World of Warcraft, they said, where is the quest giver? Where's the question marks? They were totally lost. And that was one big issue in the game. And then obviously we had instability bugs and all other things. We just lost them all instantly. No retention rates. So obviously we can't have our introduction in that way today for new players. And that is where Haven comes into play. Because we know that now a lot of new World of Warcraft players are getting into Mortal Line, and they are loving it so far and getting deeper and deeper into it. And Haven is super vital there because, again, they're used to World of Warcraft, and it's so much to learn and discover in Mortal Line. It can be quite overwhelming at first as well. So just having that first proper introduction where they're safe on Haven and starting learning some basic crafting, fighting, and start making some money. That's all you need to start your epic journey in Knave. To be able to make some money in gear, and it doesn't matter if you get killed 100,000 times and lose everything, you can always create something new and get going again and learn. I'll happily pay 2 subs. I just don't want 2 Steam accounts. Give me double slots. Happy to pay. Yeah, that is also one thing. Obviously, if we know that there are gonna be a lot of people that want to have more than one account, and obviously having to have multiple Steam accounts and going through all that, it's not very convenient. We fully see that as well. We are looking to go live on the Epic Games Market Store as well. I don't know if that will, open up for more options to make it more convenient. But we are fully aware of that discussion, and we simply need more time without having this release schedule straight in front of us, because obviously we need to be very focused on that. But as soon as we starting to get down on the feet again, or how to say it, that's when we can look over all those areas to see how can we improve some things, or is there something we can add or do to make that convenient, or whatever that we may need. Minsti, I myself am an old Europe vet, and I see a lot of influence from UO in this game. I love it and commend you on your commitment to it thus far. Your plan for theory include housing looting if access is gained, or will there be a secure housing system? Yeah, so if we imagine that you can bypass the security of a house, that means that players won't really rely on your house as your main base, because if you're unlucky, you'll be robbed one day and there's nothing you can do about it, especially if you're logged out and your house is locked, and next day you log in, everything is gone. That would be quite harsh and not very suitable for a persistent long-term gaming session like Mortal 9 is, just like in Ultima Line. And people would also not invest that much in housing because they know it's not secure, you can't rely on it. They would just stay in the cities instead. So that is kind of enforcing us to make sure that there needs to be secured ways for the players to handle this, or you can't rely on it, or we can't promote building houses or building your own cities. But there will also be some kind of risk involved if you're destroying the house, how it decays and what can be taken from other players. It won't be easy to destroy a house, because the same thing apply here, right? If it's super easy and cheap to just destroy someone's house to then loot it, then again, people won't be building houses and invest in that huge feature that we invest a lot of resources and time into, and we want to continue promote it to make it be a very exciting feature for the long term in the game. So those mechanics or rules kind of determines what kind of security we need to give the players. There will always be options to siege and destroy, and there will always be some security for the players to try to defend that, or be able to take those things from the decayed wreck before it gets public for everyone else. A bit like they did kind of in Ultima Line. They had that security as long as you kept it refreshed. If it got destroyed because of you becoming inactive, then eventually it became free for all to loot. We're looking at a similar approach because we want to promote house building. I hope that makes sense, and makes people excited to actually rely on this feature rather than feel that it's not worth it. I'm just going to lose all that hard work and be upset and even maybe rage quit. I used to be an MMO hopper after Star Wars Galaxy got patched to death after NGA. I fully agree. I hope I can finally settle in Mortal 9 2. I played Star Wars Galaxies until that happened as well, when they gave in. Everyone said, I want to be a Jedi Knight. It was too hardcore to work for the Force sensitive slots. They gave in, sold out totally. everyone was Jedi Knights. So it wasn't Star Wars in that time anymore when, you know, Darth Vader was there, which meant there should only be a handful of Jedi Knights per server for it to make sense. But everyone Jedi Knights, and that's when the game went straight down. And I can tell that I really like that feature from Star Wars Galaxies. I was one of those that was grinding my Force sensitive slot day and night, was one of the few 5 first on that specific server to unlock it, and it was just amazing. And it was not just amazing to me, but also everyone else that I was playing with, and also bounty hunters that were hunting me. It gave so much value, even though just a handful of people got the Jedi Knight slots. And I love that feature a lot. I think that was one of the coolest things for me personally in Star Wars Galaxies. And we're going to have that feature in Mortal Line 2. Obviously, not going to be a Jedi Knight. You can just imagine a little bit what you could be instead. But we're going to have that feature. And I have really cool plans, and I'm really excited to when that will get enabled in the game. Monofier's term of balance, I feel like it's going down the same road as Model 1. Pets are just strong, just like DKs were in Model 2. So right now, the pets are not very strong. You can pair them all, and you know, you can bypass some of them. And we try to find a baseline there where passively they shouldn't be, you know, determining the outcome. But actively with the player skills, that's where it should be, again, a perfectly fine outcome where they can be successful. But it comes down to player skills and how they engage with the pet rather than just saying attack and then run away. That won't be the case this time around. And that is also what is allowing us to do now, along with a more secure AI in the game finally. So obviously we do our best to make sure that that is the case here with pets. You will be able to get powerful pets, but it will be totally passive if you just say attack and run away. They'll be kind of almost disabled in that case. But as long as you're active, engaging, being close, then the pet may be effective. But there will also be many counters for the pets. So I don't know if you noticed in our last patch, but Zulagi now also have an impact. So you can actually specialize to be a bear killer, for instance, if you learn that Zulagi. You do more damage against them and you have better defense against them. And we're also going to have a few spells, you know, important spells that are coming with necromancy and some of those upcoming schools that also allows you to kind of disable component from pets in different ways. So different types of counters as well. So again, we really want to add more player skills to that whole field as well. And that is what we are working on. When the game comes out, will there be an ability to respec? Like, if I choose a mage, am I in trouble? I want to play an archer later. No. You can change your skills however you see fit, whenever you want. You simply spend all your points, right, into your different skills, and then you can decide by pushing plus or minus. So if you want to remove magic, you click minus on it, and you click plus on archery, and you start using bow, and that means it's gonna take skills from your magic skills and invest it in archery. So you can always change all your skills over time whenever you want to. And even the clade gifts you can reset as well and reset how you see fit as well, with cooldowns and some rules and costs. The only thing that you can't re-change now when you start is you can't change name or race in the game, but you can change all the stats, height, age, all your skills, and that is for that reason. You do such an important big commitment to your one character, we want to make sure that you can change everything in game. But obviously you can't change your name or race, so that is your biggest important choice. Yeah, love the game, but no third person, no chance you will ever add it. Sandwick, I understand your question, and it's quite a common question for new players coming from MMOs, because that is how you play all other MMOs pretty much, right? Because it's such a big advantage in playing third person. It means you can sneak around corners, you know, cheating, you know. You can see them, but you can't see you. things like that, and you're not as immersed, and you play it differently. The combat system is built around first person, not third person. Everything, how you aim and perform and how you see, and there's fear factors, how you see them all. Everything is built around the first person only. PvP is an important factor, which means if you want to sneak out around this wall section, you have to put out your head, which means the enemies may see you or not. If you hide for real or not. You can't cheat. So everything is so deeply tied to first person only, and there's so many good reasons for it, and it gives a whole new meaning to player skills and immersive level when it comes to being forced to first person only. And it's the same thing for everyone. So I hope you will embrace it, the more you see those bonuses, rather than, think that third person would be nicer because that's how you used to play all other MMOs at first glance. But when you see all these bonuses and depth that you actually benefit from first person only, I think you will feel that is quite exciting and cool, right? Hopefully. Discover Hotline 2 now. I forgot to eat and sleep. Yeah, that's what it does. And that's beautiful because, I think for me it's so rare to find a game. I mean, I'm a gamer, right? And I love to find that next game that gives that feeling. I want to think about it. I want to long to play it. I want to feel excited to play it. It's rare these days for me, sadly. And, having that in Modern Online and hearing that people are experiencing that in Online is just awesome. That's the purpose of this game. We want to offer that experience. The other thing, not losing or not losing your stuff every time you see someone, it'll be or not, it's unplayable. I still don't understand people who like the standard MMO system where you can't loot someone's stuff. Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, everyone, that started, except the one before World of Warcraft, but they kind of made it as a standard, right? This is how you play MMO. This is a MMO. And then all of a sudden, we're going back to the roots for what I call is a real MMO, Ultima Online with full loot, full PvP, a free world with consequences. That is a big step from World of Warcraft, obviously. So we fully understand that for many, that holy shit, you can kill them and you can loot them. No, that you should change that. I mean, we understand that reaction coming from those games. And that is also what we want to change, right? And we together here as a player base and community can change that mindset and educate those players that, look, you see it wrong, right? Just like that, you have the stake, you have the risk reward. It gives a real pure gaming experience. And also, as soon as you learn that, no, you're not playing it like World of Warcraft. You're not grinding that gear for months and then you're losing it after 5 minutes. And obviously, yeah, that will be quite terrible. But you can just go back to your bank, pull up anything else. You can go back to your crafting table, craft anything. You can go out and kill something, take up that gear and use that, or buy it from the broker or from another player, and then you're in the game again. As soon as you adapt to that, it's not the end of the world when you die and lose your things. Sure, you can get pissed, and it's part of the game, right? Shit, damn it, he got me big time. Or shit, I even lost my house this time. I mean, that is a big loss, right? And there's no doubt that will be, a big loss and a big experience in a negative way. But at the same time, that kind of gives you that unique experience in feeling online that, next time maybe you are the lucky winner on the other side that, holy shit, I just went by this corpse and there was a freaking house deed. I mean, that can go both sides, right? Or you want to do a revenge and you get that revenge. That is such an achievement and experience that no other game would give you. So and most players, when they see this and experience, they say, holy shit, yeah, that is quite awesome. I think that is interesting and exciting. It's just that many of those players may not know that yet. They just see it 1 second, shit, no, full loot, full PvP, that doesn't sound good. I'm used to grind my gear in World of Warcraft. Sure, it will still not be for everyone. There's no doubt. It's just like tennis or soccer. It's not for everyone, right? Someone prefer racing games or whatever. But I'm sure that there's so many more that doesn't know that Mortal Kombat 2 may be their favorite game as soon as they get past that first milestone or getting into the game a little bit deeper and see, oh shit, okay, that this is something new, refreshing. Do you agree, guys? Lord Zoe, hello, I'm a new player and I love the game and the idea. Is there any plans for adding some sort of dead zone customization to attack direction picking? We are looking to add options so you can customize your attack directions. Yes, we have had that quite a lot requests from players, both new and old, to have better control of choosing your different directions. So yes, we plan to add support for that. I miss player-made towns. Yes, we're getting them. We're getting them. When is it going to be more utility to having a house? As soon as our furniture patch hits, you will have quite a lot to play around with in your house. I plan to allow players to make player-made towns, maybe for choosing faction where you can actually sell stuff. I mean, you will be able to build your own towns with TC, and you will have your own services, guards, whatever you set up. And if people are using those services, etc., you may also benefit taxes from that, and people can sell there, buy there. So yeah, you will get that with TC. Am I super behind now, guys? More than 2 version of Jedi Knights hype. Guess I'm quitting my job and selling my house. How much is the damage difference with Zulji? I think currently on test is around 15%, if I'm not mistaken. There should be more information, and it's something we're testing currently. But the sounds of it, thought how specializing in killing things would that mean that any foot fighter would have to focus on Zulgi skills to fight pets instead of taking proper professionals. I mean, you can access quite a lot of Zulgi by just a little bit spending in the professions. And, you know, again, you have to choose carefully. You know, if your group have some bear killers, you know, maybe all of you don't have to be that. You know, again, building a group of high tactical stuff is, you know, can be very successful in this game. And again, we want to promote that as an option. And like I said, also the veteran system gonna give you more options here as well. So you can expect to see more options when it comes to learning these skills. But yeah, that is one of the options for you if you are purely into fighting PvP and, you know, wanna have a good reason to be more effective against bears, for instance, the whole bear family. Then maybe it's worth spending one skill there for one or more in your group. You know, that's what you need to figure out. Hello, Mr. Eric. When will the game release? Will there be some system for territory control, like you build a keep near a city and take taxes from it? So we have just deployed a housing system, which means you can claim the keep spots, you can build everything there, you can also build dynamically from small houses to strongholds, and those acts as the initial keys for you to start TC building. With the TC patch, that's when you can build the TC assets and hire the different NPC services, etc. About making it easy to learn a skill that you already learned before. If you experiment around trying to find a build you like when you're not as punished. Yeah, it kind of makes sense, you know, if there's a memory that you have mastered this in the past and you want to remaster it, maybe it makes sense that it's easier to do it the second time around. Sounds kind of logical that at least it's a little bit easier. So we will see. Ezerath TV, yo yo yo, how's it going? What new category should be called meta multiplayer online role-playing game? Metaverse, indeed, indeed. Like how unique Mortal is compared to other MMOs and a risk level in the game. Yeah, for sure. Henrik, you should also add a guild guy like you had in Mortal 1 Haven for people can advertise the guilds. This is group game. Yeah, for sure. We're gonna have billboards, recruitments in all cities, so new players can read about and scout around those different guilds that wanna display their guild's recruitment and have their contact form there, so they can directly contact and apply. For sure, that is one thing we are working on to get as early as we can as well. A lot of people hated Pyre because they died to Pyre when they were noobs. Oh. Also, what is that rat in the background meant to be? So this is a tribe rat, one of the upcoming creature in Mortal Line, humanoid species, kind of like Skavens, if you know what that is for type. And you will see them coming in the sewers. So if you visit the sewers, this is one of the creatures that you can run into there. So we usually do those small sneak peeks on our upcoming stuff on these streams. So this is one of those sneak peeks. Ekelord, indeed. Thank you. And yeah, we strongly believe that Mortal Kombat 2 will be a very exciting release, and there is no doubt that there is a exciting, rapidly growing player community group that are here for Mortal Kombat 2 as well. It's growing very quickly right now, and yeah, there's no doubt that, you know, we're by far surpassed those numbers that we need to be able to continue working on this game, you know, and there's no limit on how far it can become, and that is obviously the very exciting part of, you know where, how far can we go. Is there any details on the veteran system? No, not really. I just have mentioned a little bit, just briefly, kind of how I've done in these streams, what that you can expect, that there will be additional areas for your character to expand on. We will enable that system sometime after release. You will be quite occupied in doing the first steps for a while, I'm sure. And then you'll get that as a refinement step additionally. With houses decay, there will be a tax system or upkeep system for your houses, which means that you can pay, you can add quite an amount, so it lasts for quite a while. So we don't want players to feel stressed, kind of like how I did for 10 years in Ultima Line. When I was on vacation, I was, holy shit, have I forgot to refresh my keep in Ultima Line, and all my valuables there. That was doom of hell. You know, 1 week was the time to refresh your house there, or you lost it all. That was terrible. We don't want to give that stress to our players, obviously. So you're going to have quite a good amount of time for you to keep filling that supply for upkeep. And if you don't do that, then slowly your house will start decay, you know, lose hit points, and then eventually being a rubble and open for loot and grabs. But you will have a good amount of time on you to make sure the upkeep is covered. Allowing walls for non-keeps owner, like strong owners. I understand not letting house owners walls. At this point, we're not adding allowing any dynamic wall buildings. We tried that fully in the first game. It turned out bad in many ways. We don't want to have that part back. So currently we're not planning to do that. I mean, maybe if there's room for very specific cases under control, but at this point we don't really see the bonuses in it. You will still be able to build your city, hire guards and set up your rules, and you know, there may be room for something small, but we're quite careful here so it doesn't become World War Wall online again, building and shutting down the world and access for players, and just walking around and see walls everywhere. No social engagement, no knocking on the door. You know, before the walls in Mortal Online, it was quite cool to walk around, socializing, talking to people, knock the doors. A lot of that was going on, right? And then the walls came, bam, you never saw a player anymore. Just knew that they were behind the walls. And not to mention all the building in insanely with all those walls looking bad and building off content in the world, you know, walling off all content in the world so new players couldn't access anything. For building towns, will roads, lampposts, and fences be implemented in the future? There will be for sure posts, lamps, sources, and things like that. Roads, we need to look into a little bit more before we can comment on those details, how that could be covered. Again, we need to make sure that performance stability is key. You know, we don't want to end up how it was in Valheim for a while when you can build insane houses and then your FPS went down to 2 and then add thousands of players in there doing the same. You know, we don't want to have a future that goes in a very bad gaming experience performance wise. But we will see what we may be able to offer. Henrik, you should play more on streams. We really enjoy watching you play your own game like that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, I mean, right now I feel the stress. Right, there's so much going on. So when I try to start a game and prepare that and play that and have session there as well, I can do that. I just have to plan and see what's on today's topic and stream. And yeah, it was a blast last time when I was playing around and visiting your guys' keep locations. So for sure, we're gonna do more of that. I'm gonna do some events as well. We're gonna do the fishing stream. You know, gonna show you how it's done, and we can fish together. And we will do those fishing contests events as well. With the fishing have treasure maps in like Ultimate Line, the only DZ, I can tell you that you will be able to fish up SOS bottles. And you know what that means, right? So, yeah, you will. Understand why you don't use first person now. Is there a way to take a screenshot of your character? If you click Z, the character window, and there's a little zoom in button to the right, that means you can have your whole screen as your character, very nicely lit in a very nice scene. And you can click the play or pause it depending on if you want to see it in real time or not. And you can scroll, rotate and zoom in and out. That is awesome way to screenshot or look how your character looks up close. Really nice. So that you can do. Yeah. And the most important thing I forgot to ask, how to fix negative reputation. So yeah, in this upcoming patch, you will see more tasks managers spread out in the world, including Granish, Galcor, Jungle Camp, and hidden locations. Those will give you additional plans from easy, quick to more challenging, expanded tasks that gives you rewards in the different nations. When is going to be more utility for houses? So with the furniture patch in one of our upcoming patches now through the beta is the plan to offer you a nice pack of furnitures and those benches. Mage right now are very supportive and utility. Will there be schools that are more solo friendly in terms of combat, or will mages always be holding the foot fighters back mainly? No, for sure. There will be many different styles and options for mages that will do quite crazy things. There are some really exciting spells with some of the upcoming schools that will allow you to be much more effectively solo hunting, PvEing, also more utility things and group things. But yeah, for sure, there will be specific things that will make you effective and have different types of options for roles when it comes to both solo and group, for sure. A lot of walls made a lot of content, but it also shut down like 90% of the content at the same time. So yeah, the big vote was that we don't want it this time around, and we can give more an open, exciting world, more interaction as well, without having walls everywhere in the world. What about bridges? We're actually adding bridges now as well. It was already supported, we just haven't had the time to add those different bridge core or bridge foundations in the world. So we're adding a few ones in the next patch and adding more and more over time. So you can decide where you want those bridges, if you want to build them up or destroy them. That's up to you. So yeah, they will come. And the first bridges will come in next patch already. Boom! The guys is on fire. We have things like fences with sheep and wool, with tailoring, etc. So you will be able to build your own farms to grow things or even breed animals. So that is coming. And yes, tailoring is a skilled profession that allows you to create those cloth types and different things, and some tools as well. It'd be cool if you could make your own fishing pond on your claim. Yeah, it's not an impossibility in the future. We are investigating some of those things where you can actually affect your nearby terrain in different ways with some limitations, but that could be a possibility, but not initially. We need more time. Are going to be crafting station in player houses? Yes, with the furniture patch you will be able to place them yourself. Yes, Buzz, are we talking about krakens? Indeed, there will be obviously different types of sea creatures. Even rumors has it, even possible titans in water. And yeah, there will be treasure maps to be discovered in various forms. Some of them may be discovered in water and fishing. Väldigt professionell talare. Thank you, Ecolord. Thank you. Jungle was walled off for a while too. Yeah, there were so many complaints from new players and many old players that things were always walled off from big to small content, and you couldn't just open up, because that was the the response from the wall owners. Obviously, you can siege them, you can destroy them, but in reality, that wasn't practical for solo players or small groups. Only your enemies. So it kind of divided the world into, it was you, the big ones, against everyone else, and everyone else kind of was pushed out from the game. And you all saw how that population turned out. So we need to be very careful this time around to make sure the population can grow instead, and promote different play styles, people having the freedom to explore the world and accessing things. I mean, obviously players can still maintain control by being there and being dominant, but at least players can always have the chance to move around freely and try to access things, which is quite a big difference. Yeah, the whole jungle was walled off, so people couldn't even access the jungle. And spawns, dungeons, everything was walled off eventually. And so when a new player walked in the room, they said, how the hell does this game look like? It's just walls everywhere. Ugly brick walls everywhere, no matter where I go. And they're so poorly placed because of the limitation we had in the placement system. It looked bad, and you couldn't access anything. And it killed all the spawners and all the access in the game world. And people quit playing. So it wasn't perfect. The patch fix represents a turn blue in tasks. Next patch will include some of those tasks managers, yes, planned for Granish, Gold Core, if I'm not mistaken, and possible jungle camp, and maybe somewhere else. Will we see advanced tailoring and dyeing in the future? Yes, we have a lot of plans for dyeing for sure. It's a big component when it comes to obviously, choosing your style, colors, your banners, your flags for your guilds, emblems, and there's so many ways of discovering the different types of colors, which is really cool. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of options there. You're thinking about adding some unique skills to different types of weapons so Magic doesn't get all juicy stuff. For sure. I mean, we're not close to being done with any of these wide content areas when it comes to armors, clothing, new weapon groups, types. I mean, we have crossbow groups, we have throwing weapons, poisoning with assassin skills on many of these weapons. I mean, daggers gonna get their real shine when you can learn those skills and apply poison to dagger tips and so on. And special moves. Every weapon group will have special moves that allows you to do certain things. For instance, like doing a special round swing with a axe or something may actually go through two enemies. Like, first impact embraces the most of the damage impacts, so it slows down, but it may pass on to the next one to the left, and if we hit that one, it may actually hit and damage two players. One may be, doing a specific cut that opens a wound, so you kind of bleed more. Some may be crushing bones in a specific way, or shields, or kick them down to prevent their parry from not working, or going through parries in some cases. So there are going to be a lot of options again to offer very interesting styles and options to be on the battlefield pretty much. We're very happy with the core foundation in place, but as you can hear, there's a lot coming in the future, and we need to make sure that we give it enough time and proper testing and balancing before we deploy it live. But yeah, there's a lot for the future. How much different is the game going to be on launch? There's a lot of NPC clip-through landscapes among other bugs. I understand this is expected for a game of this scope, but are many of these issues going to be fixed by launch? Yeah, so we have a lot. The main focus is polishing and bug fixing, especially the rest of the time we have of the development now. And we have a list of critical bugs to, not as critical bugs, that we intend to spend our last time on polishing and fixing. So I'm quite sure that you're gonna notice that polish and improvement for sure. I'm sure we're not gonna be able to fix all of them, all those reports that you may have found in different places in the world, that would be quite unrealistic. Again, we're talking about a huge world, 400 square kilometers, very detailed world, and we are, like I said, 30 people, and obviously we all work on different areas. So there will be bugs for sure left, but the goal is not to have any critical game-breaking bugs. And the things that may happen or break, the plan is to make sure that we can cover and handle those by, you know, having our GM staff with proper tools to help you and assist you to make sure that, okay, maybe this happened or this broke, you know, but we can make sure that we can handle that and support you to make sure that you can continue playing without interruption, and just continue working on from there to polish and improve the game. But yeah, the plans are to make sure that no gameplay critical bugs, polish as much as we can without adding additional content the last month before release. Yes, we plan to have furniture as soon as we can now before release, because that's also, you know, the tools that allows you to do some really exciting things with your houses and keeps. I mean, right now you enter your keep, it's a huge floor of emptiness, right? And that's it. And you only have one storage access. With furniture, you will be able to decorate that floor, build the rooms, which is going to be awesome, and obviously add more storage and workbenches and all that, so you can actually, you know, live there and make use of the houses and buildings. They make crafting more realistic and not just clicking craft button to make something like hammering a sword, etc. So it's a good question that we evaluate quite a few times over the years. But so if you imagine that this is a game where you can mass produce a lot and you will be producing a lot constantly, it's not really like those single player games that have awesome crafting where you craft a little bit and then you move on and play like 90% of the rest that are adventuring and fighting, etc. But if you imagine that in this game, it's more like a real living world. You may lose your items instantly and you have to recraft them, or you want to fill a big order, etc. And that means if you have to sit there and have a quite complex hammering system, you have to do that 1,000 times. You know, after 100 times, you're gonna be tired of it, and your eyesight's gonna be crazy. Eventually, you're gonna hate it more and more. You know, and feel an annoyance, and then all of a sudden people are going to say, please remove it. It was a good idea, it was cool and fun initially, but now it's an annoyance and I can't go through it anymore, I'm going to puke. You know, that is the risk of when we do some of those mini games that are, it looks cool and fun, but it should be more in a game where you do it just partially, right? Now I can do a new cool weapon, I do it 1 or 2 times and then I continue my journey. But you may not do it just 1 or 2 times in this game, right? So it's a big difference. So I don't know if we really want it. I don't know if the players will enjoy it fully over time. So that is why we never took the step to invest too much time into that, in something that could end up in not being the best solution. And we've seen that in a few, like describing mini games we had. People bypass that with some macros and find out a way how to bypass the fun type of it. And we just said, then it's not worth it for us to spend weeks into building that if people are just going to bypass it and not use it the way intended. So I hope that makes sense why we're not really at least investing in that right now. You know, the beauty and depth behind crafting is not that step for us. It's more about how do you discover and learn it, how do you refine it, how do you reach that step, how do you fine-tune your weapon, how do you make something cool, and then experiment with that. That should be the more reward and gratification of our crafting system with millions of combinations. Does really give bonus do damage and defense affect player PvP and not just pets enemies? The Sulgi affects all creatures in the world, but not the player clades. In Ultimate Line, your gear you produced for other people had your stamp on it will be the same type of structure in Mortal Line 2. Double found it. Yes, so you can become a master or even a grandmaster smith in Mortal Line. And when you're a grandmaster, that means you can stamp your name on it, you can name it, and it's like a seal of approval that a grandmaster made this, so you know for sure this is a good gear smith, and it's in perfect quality. And they can even do something even further, which is very cool and exciting, and that is that there are going to be world loot of different types of resources, rare things to extremely rare to one of a kind to more common rares. And that will also allow that Grandmaster Smith to use these components to craft something unique, or the component of that is from one of a kind to to common. So if you use that component as a Grandmaster Smith, you will create that sword or armor piece that looks unique, or like I said, rare. And it's still the same weapon and effectiveness of it, but it looks different and unique and cool. So it's another layer of showing that, holy shit, I want that piece of gear because it looks freaking awesome. It's not going to be, wrecking the balance because of that. It's still going to have the same stats. But like I said, if you want to fight in fashion or dress up for something special or whatever you choose, you can access that from a Grandmaster Smith as well. So pretty cool. And if you don't care about this, you just want to mass produce for a war, then it's enough for you to be a master smith and just mass produce those gear for your soldiers. So it's up for you as a player, and if you want to become a famous smith that can do some really unique stuff for the players. So it's gonna be cool. I heard that you guys have some kind of system to help players with higher ping. Just wondering if that's already in the game or you plan on adding it. Yes, we have built a system that is quite unique to this game, and that is also why we designed the game to be a one-world server solution, kind of similar to Even Line, but we invest a lot of time in a ping system, which means you don't benefit if you have 5 in ping being next to the server. We have 150 ping living in America, for instance. We have a ping normalization system, and we have a prediction system that synchronizes it on the server. So within quite a wide ping range, the same results goes for everyone. As long as you don't have packet loss or having insane spikes, then obviously you may be disconnected because the system can't handle your unstable connection in game. Whoop whoop. What types of things can I use as bait for fishing? You can use anything. And that is the beauty. You can even put your enemy's head on your hook and try to catch something. And that is the beauty. So you have, hundreds of different types of baits and things to discover and track. And everything follows perfect logic and sense. Even though at first glance it may look like it's random, because it's so extensive in terms of complexity and amount of data. But that means that you can pinpoint, you can become a master or grandmaster, legendary fisherman, and really know exactly how to pinpoint any specific fish type in the world. And that means if there are players that want to place an order, I need this, and you know how to do that, you can name your price and you can make that happen. Obviously, it depends on how many fishermen is going out there and decides to master that and discover all those different things. But that is the beauty of the fishing system. You can pretty much start to map how you catch the different things. And in some cases, you know how to catch these rare fish. You may first have to catch another rare fish and use that as a bait. So you can see the complexity instantly becomes extremely exciting. And like I said, you can rely on that data and keep that for yourself or share that with others, which is really cool. Can you do something about the weather noise? It's too much. Yeah, I guess so. Need some tweaks. Yeah. Can I add a tree monster that we could kill for wood? We will see. We will see. We have some plans. If you remember Mats being out in the forest, showing some of those upcoming plans for creatures. This may be a stupid question, but will you be able to equip your guards with crafted items, weapons, armor? Yes. That is how you supply your citizens. When you hire a guard, it's up to you to supply them. And that is also kind of the balance behind it, that if you run out of supplies, you know, your defense is going to run out of that as well. So that is an important part. Please fix archer armor shoulder gifts, maybe even buff them. So when we patched that fix that they, you know, are using the real strength as if you had a strength, I got a confirmation that that was the case. And then now lately I got, I think, 1 or 2 reports that it may not be the case. So I don't even know if that is confirmed that that is the case or not, that there's a bug with it, or if it's working as intended or not. So I'm not sure. We need to figure that out for sure, and yeah, fix it if that's the case. I didn't think they were broken. No, I didn't think either, Taste Bison. So that's what I'm confused, because at one point they were not working as intended, and then we fixed that in a patch. Now I wonder, you know, what's the deal with it? We need to figure it out. I haven't had any issues with it. Mine works fine. Yeah, that's where we're supposed to be. So I don't know if it's our confusion or if there is indeed a bug. We need to figure it out and confirm it. Just past 6 hours of streaming. Holy cow! The time. I was planning to do a 3-hour stream, and we already hit 6 hours, guys. That is crazy. When I look away for 5 minutes, 2 hours are passing. It's crazy. Crazy. I haven't tested it since they changed around the clay location. Maybe that will be why. Yeah, we need to look into it for sure. But we need it confirmed and see if there's something up with it or not. Archer arms has been broken since the stamp change. Every time you adjust stamp, those clays breaks. Okay. Yeah, we'll need to look into it then if it's got broken, so we can fix that. All right. All right, guys. Yeah, I think it's time for me as well. It's getting quite late, and yes, 6 hours was more than I was planning to do today. I have a day tomorrow as well, so I think this will be it for me as well, guys. And as always, it's been a pleasure to hang out with you guys and discuss different things, going through questions and showing some sneak peeks. So I'm gonna see. We have quite a few people streaming as well. I may want to do a little raid so you can see some in-game action as well. Let's see, who do we raid, guys? Who do we raid? Who do you want to watch and follow? Give me a name, and I will do a raid. Yeah, as always, guys, it's a pleasure, and we really appreciate your support. It's exciting as hell, and you know, you are helping us putting this game on the world map, no doubt. And it's awesome, and we can't thank you enough for that support as well. You're doing a big part of this, both testing the game, you know, helping us with that, and making awareness to other players, bringing in other players, learning new players, giving them a fair chance to learn the game. It all helps to building a amazing game, guys. So thank you so much for all that. And I'm gonna see if I can do a little raid then. So the only DZ, let's see, how do we have? Let's see, guys. Preacher 19. All right. Should we do Preacher 19? Quite new. I've seen him stream a little bit. I never done a raid over to that guy, so yeah, I tried to spread him. So should we do Preacher then? Preacher 19. I think he's quite new, right? So you can show him how it's done with your knowledge. Let's see. Preacher 19. All right, guys. I will do a raid there. Help him out. I think he's quite new. All right, guys. You're awesome as always. And thank you for tonight. And let's... I will see you hopefully on next week's stream. And we will continue our epic journey towards release. Exciting times ahead, guys. So, all right. Thank you so much and have a very good night. Goodbye.